A lot of people.
Hello, hello. Good.
Hello.
Go.
Hello.
Could I?
Excuse me.
Just a quick few, yeah, because it's not a dev stage, so I'm just doing this spontaneously.
Thanks
So
everybody joining.
everyone has like their mic on here. So just a quick polite request from my end. Let's make sure that we all let each other speak and not have too many people speak at the same time, because I will not understand a single word. Other than that, welcome everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. But yeah, there's not a lot. It has been organized now, so like yeah, let's just try and keep everyone on. Yes. Who was speaking first? Yeah.
I mean, like this is a really small thing. Like that kind of doesn't matter, but it's like something that's been bugging me since the game launched. It's like it's kind of funny, but I think I said something about. But it's like when you go up a zip line, it always kind of looked off to me. And you know, people have like those handlebars they use on zip lines. But I was wondering if it's like you could make like an animation or something where it's like you pull out like a little device or something like that, and use that to go up.
Oh, the fact you mean the fact that you don't really do anything, you don't have any gear, sort of like there's no effect.
Yes.
Is that what's bothering you? Or?
It's just a small thing. It's not a big deal, but it's like, yeah, it just looks weird and kind of goofy.
I agree. I think ziplines is one big
You cut
long
out.
distances between. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah. Zip lines were one of those things that I added quite early on because like they would allow the player to go distances between buildings whenever there was no parkour available. But I haven't really thought it through back then, and so what you're still left with is just like the hands kind of unrealistically clinging onto it. I have been thinking since whether I should, like put sort of a. I don't really want it to be a piece of gear, right? Like a lot of people have asked for gear in the game, whether it's like a grappling hook or something. I'm not willing to do that. And so I've been thinking, okay, well, how can I do the zip lines without making it gear, right? So I'm open to ideas here. I haven't myself come up with I have like a few options that I'm thinking about, but I haven't really come up with that one thing. So I don't know if I should just hide the hands with like smoke effects, right? Or if I should, say, character's got special gloves on because like technically he's wearing a suit, at least gloves.
what about like a pocket device? It's not like an upgrade or anything. It's just like an animation to explain it.
Don't they have gloves with metal padding on them specifically for that kind of thing and like going down ropes and stuff?
Mhm.
The SWAT.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I was thinking of maybe special gloves, or one thing I was thinking of was gosh, what's the word? Your belt, like sort of like using a belt or something of the sort,
Yeah.
because like that's like not really considered gear, right? I think I'd be fine with like, I guess, gloves or a belt because like yeah, it's not really gear, right?
I think the belt would look more natural as well.
Yeah, maybe because I could have like an animation, with the belt going around or something. I thought, yeah, I don't know yet, to be honest, but
Or
it could be like a small wristband or something that he then like unfolds.
yeah.
yeah,
I do have two quick things because I am on borrowed time right now. Sorry to interrupt. So for like your ideas, because I was trying to do this last time when you were doing the stage, but I didn't get a chance to. So I was thinking for like one of like the modes that you could possibly add on in the future if you wanted to, was like a race mode where it's like a big like corridor and it has like a bunch of obstacles and like you just have people just race through that, and then
you mean race in multiplayer, I assume, right?
Yeah,
Like just
yeah.
okay.
And then for the and then for what is it, for the bar swinging, I was thinking like, because like I was thinking you could probably have a control where it's like they can control whether they want to parkour upward or downward. Like it's kind of like a well, it's kind of a mechanic like used in some of like the Assassin's Creed games that I used to play.
Yeah, like ascending, descending. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone has like some people have been asking for the descend mechanic, which was in the game. Like you can see it in some of my older Instagram reels and stuff. I had it in there. It was before the striding was a thing. And I've been meaning to get the descend mechanic back. It's just a case of, well, there's so many different descents, right? You could say, well, one descent would be you're running off a ledge and you want to descend slowly in the direction that you're running into, right? But then there's a different descent as well that people may want, which is like a 180 to a hanging position, right? So not only do I need to solve the controller scheme for like a normal descent, but I also differentiate between a normal descent, a 180 descent, a ledge hang, stuff like that. So I am really super keen to add it. It's literally just a case of I haven't figured out the input because I want to keep it somewhat intuitive. I don't want to just invent like some sort of weird mixture that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, not having it be like a
All right,
entirely different mode.
Yeah, and then just quickly as a response to the race mode, because a lot of people have requested that before. There is that problem. It is somewhat of a problem, but as you all know, the game is peer to peer. There's no dedicated service, right? So like a lot is like all the games that are in multiplayer are hosted by you or someone else that you've just joined the session of, right? So it's hosted locally on whoever is the host. The problem that I have with the game right now is that latency can make the game feel unfair. And you'll know what I mean by that when I say, have you ever had the feeling that you got tagged and the person that tagged you was like 10 meters away?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that's the effect, right? A lot of people have given even bad reviews on Steam, which breaks my heart every time because I'm like, actually, the person was like right on your shoulder there, but you couldn't see it yet, So it's like there's like time traveling issues. Really, it's latency. It's annoying. It's one of those things where the game wasn't built for multiplayer, so there's not real compensation. So I feel like races would amplify that, right? You'd be like, I finished the race, man. Like, why did this other guy just like won? Why, And I think I'm a bit scared, to be honest, that it would kind of come off weird because you wouldn't have a consistent bandwidth.
I feel like a good way to go around that would be to like implement like the time trials at a timer instead of
I think
on
the way to make it fair. The way to make it fair would be to, at the end, compare the times, right? So, like, it would be fair. Numbers-wise, it would be fair. That's not what I'm concerned about. What I'm concerned about is the fact that you see the other person behind you and you're the first one to go through the goal, right? So, like, that's... I don't know what you think about this, but I feel like a lot of people would be like, trash game, like, I won, like, multiplayer sucks. I may find a solution for it. I'm not saying it's not happening, but so far I'm like, damn, multiplayer still breaks my brain.
Maybe
I definitely do see what you mean, though. Yeah, that definitely does make sense because with the whole latency stuff, you could be first place and then the guy 50 feet back just somehow gets there first. I definitely do see what you mean there. All right, well, I appreciate you answering. I do got to go, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah,
I have a couple of comments if I may make them.
yeah, sure.
One on specifically the issue of bar swinging. I feel as though the descending and ascending may potentially be an imperfect method of implementation. Specifically in that I feel like descending is not difficult just with input timing. You can already drop quite quickly just by letting go of, say, the stride. Or drop into, say, a bar swing just by letting go of the stride, dropping, and then quickly hitting the same input, and which will begin the bar swing.
Wait.
Oh, wait, one sec. Just quickly, Gagi, I think it's you. Can we just make sure that if someone speaks, we let them speak, because otherwise I need to disconnect.
Really do anything, you don't have any gear.
Just by letting go of the stride, dropping, and then quickly hitting the same input. And
I'll just disconnect them quickly.
I wanted to add on.
Wait, one sec.
Could you make it like based on
just
when
quickly,
you let go, instead of just having it be automatic? Could that be a solution?
Gagi, I think it's you.
I was about to raise that as well. I really like bar swinging, but in my opinion, it is slightly an imperfect tool in that it's a very automatic sort of thing. I would really like.
Dá um
No,
tipo
I don't know
realistic
if
na
necessarily
trica.
the swing
Trica
back and
só
the
pá.
release would be the way to go for it.
You
It's
should
just
dá
I mean,
realistic tricks like.
Yeah, I think swinging is. Who was that?
that was
It was
Gaggy.
Gaggy again.
All right, you get a timeout.
Tá
10 minutes.
If the sort of the momentum based swinging, I don't know if that would necessarily be the option because it sounds a little finicky. But at least a way by which
Some more control, right?
a little bit more control regarding the bar swing. Other than that, I mean, I love doing it, but it is almost sort of an automatic motion. That
Yeah,
or a
you're
way
very carried by
to,
momentum.
Oh, I have an idea. So this is kind of a really weird comparison, but if you've ever played a game like Benny's Big Breakaway, there's a mechanic where you swing on bars in that, but it's like the distance you go when you're spinning on it is you hold the distance of the stick you want to go. Or I don't know, it shows the arc.
Right,
Okay,
right.
actually not the arc. But like you hold how far you want to go on the stick maybe, and that makes it more involved. While you don't do a crazy button input. You just like be gentle on the stick and you go down a little compared to flying far. Maybe.
Right. Yeah, because I think so the main point of the swinging mechanic in the beginning was like a lot that I figured out when I saw everyone play when the game came out is that people are quite quick. They want to have fast gameplay and they want to keep the flow going. And so when I first made the swinging mechanic, I thought it would make sense to just have that like that. The most people would usually want to do is probably to keep going out of a swing. However, one thing that I did want to add in the beginning that I didn't yet was you obviously hold the L2 left mouse button or the left trigger to hold onto the bar. And then you jump out automatically. So what I could do maybe in a swinging 2.0 would be to, well, same mechanic, same input to hold on, but you would actually have to press jump to jump out as you do right now. And if you don't press jump, you swing back. And then from there, you would have like the left stick forward or backwards or W or S to swing back and forth. Maybe that's an option. And then have an A button to jump out of it.
I think that's a decent way to do it. Or if at all possible, you could just make the swinging sort of reliant on, say, a forward input. So if you held, say, left trigger and forward, you would keep swinging and continue the motion as you would. But if you say let go of the movement input, you would stop in place on the bar.
Kind of like skipping.
And then potentially just be able to climb up back onto, say, wherever the bars were, or drop straight from there. I don't know.
Okay, so let me think. So if you're saying like you hold the left trigger, you attach, and as long as you got the joystick forward, you would be jumping out automatically. And if you were to drag it backwards, right when you attach, you would hold on to it.
I wouldn't say hold backwards. I'd say maybe letting go of the joystick in a neutral position.
Right. Okay.
Now, granted, I'm not a game dev. That would just be my method of implementation.
Yeah. So I like the idea because the reason I like it is I'm one of those players. I don't know how many of you played a lot of racing games, but one of those things that I like to do when I play on joystick, on controller, is I always used to play driving games. When I was steering with the left stick, I wasn't holding the left stick in neutral and going left and right with the stick. If you get me, I would always be one of those that has it forward and then corrects to the right, corrects to the left, right? I actually don't know how people. I mean, I guess you'll have to do it for RNA, but on a swinging state, like, do you reckon everyone will be in a natural holding joystick forward position when they swing?
People want to go fast.
Does it have to be a default? It has to be default for it to work.
Speaking for myself, I always hold it forward in racing games as well.
Yeah, okay.
I hold it forward as well because that's also the way that you're moving.
It's how you move your character.
Yeah, I feel like it's instinctual. Is the best way to put it.
Since you're running,
yeah.
It's natural to me.
It would solve your problem though, because
In
like
racing
you have
games,
people
I
want to go
don't do
fast.
that, but in rooftops and alleys, I'm always moving forward with the control stick. That's accurate too.
It's
like
well, the good thing is, like, if let's say if I was to go with a manual jump out of it instead of just holding the joystick forward. I feel like the one benefit over that on that side compared to just the joystick forward would be that you will make the swinging more skill based, meaning that there is a golden threshold to press the jump out to keep the flow going, if you get me. Slash, you could also jump later, meaning you would jump less far and higher, for example, or you could jump too early, so it would basically make it another skill-based mechanic with timing-based and stuff. I don't know if you all consider that to be too much. Maybe that is
I
cool,
would
maybe not.
potentially consider it a little bit too much. I think, especially in regards to those very repetitive motions,
Yeah.
especially in those short distances, having to constantly input to keep it up might be somewhat annoying.
Yeah.
But then again, I think it's something that could definitely go through at least a little bit of testing, because things are good in ideas and sometimes don't pan out, or sometimes things are shot down as ideas but turn out to be like, oh no, this is engaging and I'm keeping a rhythm. One last thing before I go. Firstly, great game, and I'm happy for the constant development. I would love to see a little bit more climbing and verticality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, cheers. You will, as I'm working on the next update, climbing I still have to improve on. I think I want to make climbing a bit more fun. I think it's a bit too slow and unresponsive at the moment still. Even with climbing 2.0, I think it still leaves a lot left to be desired. There is a new mechanic that will come out with the next update, as well as with a new map. It will have a lot of verticality. It's not necessarily based on verticality, but there's a lot to climb basically, and there is a new mechanic that will come with it that will make verticality a lot quicker in the game, which hopefully you will all enjoy. I won't spoil it to you all, but it'll be quite a fun mechanic. But yeah, I think I want to, like, construction site, for example. Especially when the next map comes out, I think you'll have maps like Steel Yard, School, Shed, and then the new map, which will be all of quite high quality by the time I'm done with them all. I think construction site is one of them, which is still lacking. I think I watch people play on construction site, and I was like, I'm gonna completely redo that map, like, because I think construction site needs to be that map that has verticality. It needs to have climbing spots. It needs to have intricate climbing spots. It needs to have like a little climbing riddles. I think it needs to just. I need to up the game on it, right? So I think construction site, once that is redone, either for 1.0 or maybe before, I think that will introduce a lot of climbing. But I will try to also introduce a lot more climbing in the next map that's coming. In about 3 weeks, probably.
Oh,
wonderful. And that's all.
can I ask about a cosmetic thing?
Yeah, sure. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be back in a minute, and then think about some questions, and then just give me.
Yeah, I'm like in the game right now.
Where did was any discussion about the jump button being a flip button brought up?
No, bring that up. But I wanted to say I'm in the game right now, just trying to figure it out. Like, yeah, I feel like if you could let go of the stick while you're swinging, because like you can do that skipping, or no, you tap the left bumper. But I mean, if you could let go of the stick to stop skipping and also
you like
stop swinging, it makes me. I'm like in Seal Yard right now, so it feels kind of weird because it just automatically does it.
What if you kept your momentum and the stick used to move is kind of like telling your character to swing more and less, and then letting go of the trigger button just lets go of the bar and you fly wherever your momentum takes you?
I think the problem is that he was saying that like a lot of players always hold the stick forward. So if you're like one of those more
Most of the time you want to swing forward, but if you want to stop, then you like put the stick in a neutral position and the character kind of stops giving it momentum, like let's doesn't give it momentum with his legs or whatever, and then you could stop on the bar. I think that's how it is in like Mirror's Edge or something as well, where if you don't press any movement button while on a bar, your character kind of stops and slowly slows down to a stop.
Were there bars in that game? I forget.
Like when people do like power pull-ups and they kind of swing themselves. What if you time it, you can climb up faster on a swing?
Wait, have you guys played Tony Hawk? This is something. I got a question.
Yeah.
What if you could like bank your own move sets?
Whoa.
Like
I already
whoever
thought
did
of
that
that.
game, I love that.
I already thought of that. That would be insane.
Yeah,
No, but it's like that's my favorite part of that game is like you can make your own like guy kinda.
Your own
Because I feel like you
remote.
could see me here.
Yo, I'm back. I overheard a couple of things here. The first thing I want to say is, hello, Seb. If you're hearing me, I swear this is not a dev stage. I will plan the dev stage ahead of time next week. This is a spontaneous one.
This is going pretty well.
I know Seb was saying, like next time, please like do it ahead of time. Tell people when you're doing the dev stage, so there will be an announcement.
Improv community talk.
Why about duo emotes?
Second, I wanted to mention was, gosh, now my brain went. What were we just talking about? Not
The Tony Hawk style loadout.
no, the custom move set. Custom move set. Sorry, I overheard that one when I came back in the room here. So the custom move set. I don't know specifically what you mean by it, but one thing I have mentioned before is that either by 1.0 or post 1.0, I want you all to be able to customize your tricks. So that this is a lot of work. So that will probably be the biggest amount of well, not the biggest amount of work. There's a lot of work that I have to do prior to 1.0, but it'll be one of those things that animation, as maybe some of you already know, I animate by hand. So that's quite a long, it's a longevity process. So, but I would love to maybe start with a few tricks that you can customize. So I think the front flip is quite easily customizable. You could have one where the legs are tucked in, one where the legs are straight, maybe once where the hands are pointing outwards in the T-pose when you're front flipping, right? So I want to give you all a couple of options, hopefully moving forward, where I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, I think, and they had the spells were like the tricks in RNA, they were button relative plus I mean, in RNA you also have the joystick that then defines the second direction. But I like the idea because in Hogwarts Legacy, for example, you could have the spells on the buttons, but you could then also customize the spells that would execute when you had that button. And I think it's a cool thing that I can translate into RNA and take some inspiration off, because I think, yeah, I mean, what's to say that, I can have in the customization menu a custom moves option, and you can then go onto the buttons, you can go onto the side flip button, onto the back flip button, onto the front flip button, and you can kind of, drag and drop another front flip. You can, because I like you all having by 1.0 and also now, I don't want to have moves taken away from the players. I like the idea of Skate 3 where, I mean, you can do everything from zero hours of gameplay, right? You can do every trick. You won't because you're not skilled enough, but you at least have everything available to you. But I think the way I can do it now is, I think trick customization is a cool way, because that way all the tricks are doable, but you can just customize them to make them look more unique and to express yourself and have your custom move sets, So I think that is something I want to do.
So, first of all, I just want to say, if you need inspiration, you really should try the Tony Hawk remasters or something, because they're on Steam. Because they have a lot of cool mechanics. Okay.
Yeah, I want to look at them more. Let me know what I should look at specifically, maybe, because.
But it's you can change the trick bindings too. So if you feel more natural with something, and there are different stats and point values for each trick. I don't know if that's something you want, because like you said, you kind of want it to be like everyone could do anything from the start. So I don't think you'd want the tricks to have different stats, but different animations, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that would work.
That game just does it really well.
I have a couple of things that I wanted to suggest, and one of them was
yeah, sure.
challenge-based customization unlocks. So you have an NPC or something similar to Tony Hawk, where you complete a challenge and that unlocks a specific customization thing. And or a custom hat or whatever, right? And then the other thing that I wanted to ask was about a high score mode, where whoever has the highest score is listed on the side.
What if it was Mario 3D World, where it has the crown?
Okay, so I can tell you quickly the idea about, because what this falls into, it falls into the category of game progression, right? So I have spoken about this quite a few times, but as there's so many people on the Discord, probably a lot of you haven't heard about this yet. So the plan is on 1.0, so / when the game is finished, doesn't mean it's final, but 1.0 would be where the game goes to console and stuff, right? So on 1.0, the progression is already confirmed. So you will be getting rewards for doing stuff in the game. I do not know if you will get specific customization for a specific time trial or challenge, for example. But one thing I do want to do is, again, no microtransactions. Don't be worried. I won't do it. But like an in-game currency, for example, right? Like, let's say it's pigeon feathers, right? Just for the sake of example. You will do a time trial for, if you get gold, you maybe get 10 pigeon feathers, you get silver, blah, 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 less, right? And you would be able to, slash purchase or unlock the customization that way. I have been asking extensively the community whenever I was doing kind of Q&As if they like it. So you can all speak up or message in the chat. Maybe that's more, maybe in the chat to 1 if you like that idea with in-game currency and unlocking customization like that. Maybe do a 2 if you don't like it and you want me to come up with something else. Because that's fine too. This is where the feedback is important. So if I see a lot of 2s, I will reconsider. If I see a lot of 1s, maybe I'm on the right track. No battle pass.
I mean, even this early, I would like some stuff that I could unlock to rip on my brother who also plays this game with me, and I'd be like, "You done got this."
Well, I don't think it should be place based. I think because it'd be too easy to get an ult, and then you can just sit there and AFK for the tag. I think there should be a stat tracker per match or something, so it can see how involved you were. So it's not just about winning, but it's also how involved you were in the match to actually progress and get currency. Because otherwise, it'd just be too easy to AFK or use a macro.
How many times did you steal the flag, etc.?
Well, not that, but I mean, how many tricks did you pull off? Something real involved, you do just normally play the game.
Also, yes, I mean, by 1.0, there's achievements as well. So there will be achievements. So you'll have progression that's directly tied to, say, unlocking customization, but you'll also have achievements, and many of them, which would be, some are secret, some are, the idea for achievements in the game that I have is you'll have achievements that everyone unlocks on first hour of gameplay, but then I'll make achievements that are dirty as hell, and you'll get them when you play 100 hours. So I want to keep everyone busy, sort of. I don't want to by any means. It's not going to become a grinding game. That's what I'm set on, right? It should be fun. It shouldn't be the case where people feel like, oh, I need to grind to keep up with everyone else. I don't like that. But
don't open the game for 5 years.
yeah. Do 1 million front flips.
So sorry to bother. Backflips.
Wait, Gaggy, are you gonna talk?
Sorry to bother. Can I just ask something?
Yeah, sure, of course.
I would just want to ask if you could add to the game some new maps or tricks to play, or something like that. Or
you mean more maps, or what specifically do you mean?
I mean, I'm nervous, man. Tricks.
Is adding 1 new map.
Some new tricks that you can do even in real life to be added in the game.
Oh, okay, so just more tricks in general, more.
Yeah, and a few more maps would be nice.
Yeah, I think I will have you covered on that one. So the plan is, I can say that at that point, I like surprising people, but I also want to give you somewhat of a roadmap. So obviously the next update will be a big new map.
Okay.
And then on 1.0, so that will be the 5th map that will come out next month.
Okay.
And then you'll get 1 more map on 1.0. So the game at 1.0 will have 6 maps, so 2 more than now.
Okay.
That is not the end of it though. As it is, these days 1.0 isn't the end of a game, so you'll get more as we're moving through the year 1 support, sort of, most likely maps will also be free. I won't charge anyone for it, so that'll all be included in whoever has the game. So more maps are coming, more tricks are coming. There's a new mechanic coming that wasn't in the game at all by the next update as well. There is. Should I spoil that one?
Yeah, you should. Surprised.
Yes, if you want.
There is. I could give you one. I could give you the 1% of the update. Just to give you some thing. One thing that was heavily requested was standing tricks, and you will get a standing trick. So that will hopefully satisfy a lot of people. And yeah, maybe more. And yeah. But yeah, new maps, new tricks, all of that is coming.
Okay, thank you. That was all that I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Yo,
Okay.
Mr. Dev.
Hello,
Could
hello.
you please add language to the game? Me a Russia boy, I don't understand English.
Okay, wait. Okay. Let's make sure to keep one person speaking at the same time. So first of all, shout outs to Russia. Rest assured, I am working on localization, so the game will be translated in many languages. So rest assured.
Oh yeah, but
Of course.
will you add proximity chat to the game though? Like you can
My mind isn't made up yet. Right now, my stance is probably no, because I think it can get quite toxic.
Yeah.
And I want people to have a good time. Maybe it'll be a thing that you can turn off or on. I don't know yet, to be honest. It's something I have to look at.
What about chat in general?
I'm not trying to be mean to all the people who I don't know who else have played it, but like sometimes I don't know, like Saul, I remember sending Mike the clip of Saul saying bad stuff. So nah, I understand what you mean by that now.
Yeah, I think there's proximity chat can be good, it can be not, But yeah, someone else was asking a question before.
It was me. Hello.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. You've probably been asked this already, but I heard you talking about Skate 3 earlier. Have you ever considered doing like a sort of point system where it's like a challenge you can get the biggest like sort of line, the most amount of points at once?
Yeah, so I don't know how long you've been playing the game, but there was trick challenges in the game early on.
They're gone.
They have been removed temporarily, even though they have been gone for a while. They are coming back. I am in fact working on them as we speak. They're not going to be ready for the next update yet, but they will be coming. The reason I took them out was time trials were definitely prioritized by the community back then, because they were a more solid way of challenging and they couldn't be exploited as much. Whereas there was a lot of unlimited points glitches with the trick challenges back then. There's even some points glitches right now, and so I'm going to get rid of a lot of them. And then I'm going to bring those trick challenges back a lot more solidified and fun, hopefully, than before. So they will absolutely come. I mean, of course, you've got a combo meter, you've got point system, and right now there's no use for it. But trust, there will be a use for it, challenge-wise, in the future.
I wanted to ask. Sorry, I wanted to ask about some cosmetic things that are like minor, but like, So when I like the first person in the game, I know it's kind of nauseating for some people, but it's like cool. But it's like there's a few things in it that kind of nag me. Like, could we possibly have an option to customize or turn off the foot trails that show up behind you, whether you're boosting or not, and also like a way to toggle the shaders on the character because they look out of place when you're in first person, kind of. I don't know if that's like baked into it or not.
The toggle the shaders in first person. What do you mean?
Like, the main guy is like cell shaded.
Yeah.
Like that looks a little off in some things, especially back then when you could mod the game easier. Like I think it'd be nice if you could just go ahead and turn that off, like manually or customize it so it doesn't look as out of place in some maps in the future, or like turn off the foot trails because they look kind of weird when you're trying to get some shots.
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, for the foot trails, I will give an option to turn those off in the future. So there will most likely be a customization tab for foot trails in the future. One, to turn it on or off, but also I want people and again, like, criticize as much as you want. That's what I'm here for. There's no hard feelings. If you dislike something I say, please just let me know in the chat or here in voice. But so the foot trails, I know they're liked by some, and I know a lot of people don't like them because it's like a bit more arcadey. Maybe you want to have more of a realistic feel. But so foot trails, the idea that I have for them would be maybe foot trails could be an indicator for your status in the game, right? So if you're beginner, one sec. So if you're a beginner, for example, your foot trails when you boost would be orange, yellowish, like they are now. And if you are a super advanced, crazy madman with 1,000 hours in the game, you would have a I don't know, maybe a purple trail when you boost that pigeons fly out of, like something crazy, right? So I think you could maybe unlock like different colors for trails that would reflect your status or your experience in the game. That's just an idea. So again, like 1 in the chat if you like it, 2 if you don't. I think that's probably the easiest in the chat. Otherwise, it's going to get
I
chaotic.
also meant like just client side or single player if you want to get some kind of footage, maybe like not just a cosmetic thing. Like because I mostly play single player. I like the multiplayer. It's just I have a hard time getting in some matches.
Yeah. No, I get you. I get you.
Any friends that play.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Michael, rooftops. Can I ask one now?
Yeah. Sure. Just to quickly finish, a lot of the progression will be single player based. As the game was originally only intended to be single player, the progression will largely just be focusing on single player. And so there will be some stats probably in the multiplayer, like how many games you won or lost, but your main progression will not be tied to multiplayer.
Hey, yo, you sound like AI. I could fall asleep to you. Can you add me, please? Can you read me bedtime stories?
Who was that?
Get out of here, bro.
VIS.
VIS, could you please be respectful? Because like we're all having a good time, so.
No, I'm so serious, bro. I'm not even making fun of you, bro. Your voice is calming. I'm asking for you to.
Stupidity, bro. You gotta go. There's like 40 people in the Discord and you're being stupid.
There's like 40 people in the Discord and you're being stupid. I know you're not talking, nigga, with that $2,000 car you got on your fucking profile picture.
That's
You're
crazy.
banned. So let's all say goodbye to him.
More than your car. You can get the fuck out of here for real.
Okay, he's gone. He's gone.
He's banned. He's banned forever. He's not going to bother us. So
Like, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Talking
get
shit.
rid of that. Yeah.
Wait,
Thank you.
Michael, who banned? Wait, who was banned?
VIS.
Okay. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah. So you've all seen an example of what not to do.
Yeah, literally, right? Like, that was stupid.
So, alright, so you know how
Can we just make sure that if someone...
I'll good.
So,
Cheers, everyone. By the way, quickly, cheers, everyone, for keeping it civil because we are a fuck ton of people in here, and you all keeping it very civil. So I appreciate you all.
He was just stupid.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to like interrupt people the whole time.
No, it's alright.
That's all good. That's all good. Let's go one after the other. I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're implementing this or if you are going to, but you know in Skate 3 that skate game mode, right? Where people have to do a trick and then they have to copy that same trick or they get a letter. Is that going to be a plan to add that in game or no?
So there is there is something that I'm working on. So as you know, there's a trick meter, a boost meter. The tricks will be shown, but what the game currently doesn't have is it doesn't recognize which tricks have been done in a sequence. And so that's something I'm working on because that's like the system that you'll need for a game mode like that, like a game of skates is what you think, right? Or game of pigeon or parkour, whatever I'll call it. But that's what you mean, right? As a game mode.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm basically working on the back end of the game recognizing the sequence in which you do things, and once I've nailed that, I'll. So there's like two things that I'm thinking about. Maybe it's going to be a third game mode that you host singularly, or it could be something that you can trigger in free mode.
Jag kommer lägga mig 22.
You're unmuted.
Jag kommer lägga mig 22, det är en kvart till.
Who's speaking?
No idea what that was. But I definitely think it should be one of the things you trigger in free play, especially since it is just something people can do in free play now. They don't need like a specific game mode flood trick. They can just do it in free play.
Yes, Seb. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be cool, right? Like, I think it's one of the, like, probably the singular cases of a game mode that in free play it would be so sick, right? Like, just walk up to someone, hey, want to do a game of trick, you know?
Yeah.
I need to figure out how to do it, but I think that one game mode would definitely make sense in free play.
Pokemon, you randomly get Thank you. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, of course.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure. Go on. Do you mind whenever someone is getting the question out, can you just quickly say your name just so I know who's speaking before I need to kind of look at who is?
Yeah, it's Ghosted163.
Yes.
I was just wondering more about background customization or weather customization, stuff like maybe changing the sky from a morning sunrise to a sunset, making a night mode and stuff like that.
Well, that is in the game right now.
I did not know that. I haven't played in a few months because my laptop was broken, but
Oh yeah, I'll go now. I added it. yeah. I still work on it, so it's going to be improved on. But yeah, you can change it to a daytime, sunset, and night mode already.
Ooh,
Makes no permanent.
Other one, here too.
Can I say something?
Can you hear me first of all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, all right. First of all, I wanted to say the game's great. Haven't actually played it yet, but I will soon get the chance to. I just wanted to ask, in terms of the way the parkour feels, do you want it to seem more realistic or more cartoony?
As in what my intention is with it, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like when we're doing tricks, free running, the flow of the set, the skills, is it meant to be more cartoony or realistic?
I think for me it's and you'll hear me getting a lot of voice cracks because I'm still under the weather, so I apologize if I sound like I'm 15 years old and having voice cracks. Yeah, so I think the game, I made it originally to have somewhat of a realistic feel. Of course, it is a game, so I stretch it a bit. Like the height that you jump and the distance that you go is definitely on the more arcadey side, if you look at it objectively. But I do, let's say, like that is the intention I have for the game. It's obviously stylized. Like the character is like somewhat cell shaded. The environment is a bit stylized. And so it's definitely not like a one-on-one life replica. It's not meant to be a real-life simulation, but it is on the more realistic side compared to something like maybe Tony Hawk's Pro Skater or something. I would like to think. Maybe it's close, but it's, let's say, I want to go more for like a Skate 3 kind of vibe where you can definitely stretch it. You can do huge jumps and all that, but yeah, it's not a real-life sim. That said, I think some people obviously push it with tech and with like unintended tricks like the exploiting bugs and doing animation canceling and all that. I do think I appreciate it. I think like if people have fun with it, go crazy with it. I like it. But of course that makes the game look more arcadey than I would want it to look like, I will say.
Yeah, I wanted to know because if the game was to be more realistic, you could easily ask. I don't know if it's easy for you, but you could get some advice from professionals. Like, for example, Jason Paul, who did a video on your game when it was in its early
I
stage.
spoke to him already. Don't worry.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that. And one last thing before I close. If you haven't done that already, you could very well go and see some of the greatest places that people actually practice parkour and get inspired from it. For example, add different types of obstacles or maps inspired by real life locations. Because first of all, it would be fun for you, so you get to visit places around the world. And second, it could maybe help out those who push the game to be more realistic.
I love that idea. I have some thoughts I can share about it. So this is something, especially before the game came out, a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, are you going to put this London place in there? You're going to put this like thing in Greece in there? You're going to put this and this and this in there?" And I like it. I think it's really cool. Me, and I'll be very honest here, full imposter syndrome as a game dev as I can be. But I always felt a bit safer that if in my game I have like fictional places. Because if I do fictional places, then people have no expectations, right? Like, let's say I'll take the more known parkour spots around the world. Most likely, there's clips of people doing certain tricks in that area of that known parkour place, and so it puts a certain amount of pressure on the game as to look the same, perform the same, have the same tricks, sort of. And one thing I've actually found is like I said earlier, right? The gameplay in my game is quite fast, so. It can be intricate if you want it to. You can do precision jumps and just within 5 meters have quite a skill-based playstyle, but most people play it quite fast. And what real life parkour spots usually do is they are more on the small scale, intricate movement type of style, if you get me.
Yeah,
and I feel
so
like my game doesn't quite cover these areas as well as I would like to. And so that's why I haven't really put like those realistic spots in the game. That's not saying that I won't, but I think the game tricking wise, movement wise, I think it'll have to become it'll have to cover the slower paced gameplay a bit better, if you get me.
Yeah, one great solution would be to just try to take inspiration from them, not exactly copy them. So there's no expectations on the game, and you still get to add things from real life.
What about like fictional
Oh, yeah,
places that just resemble them?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I've taken a lot of inspirations actually for some of the maps that I have made. I do it very kind of consciously, so I try not to kind of convey a certain look of a certain spot too obviously. But like I look at parkour spots. I look at YouTube videos, right? I look at a lot of things when I make maps. That's not to say that I'll recreate them. At the moment, at least, I don't. I'll be honest with you as well. Like especially in the beginning when I made the first 3 maps, I actually wasn't sure about the legality of taking a real spot, right, in a game that I sell, right, that makes money. I wasn't sure if you need a special license for it, if you get me. So the way I just did it so far was like, hey, I'll just create fictional spots, that way I don't infringe on any kind of legal copyrighted spots or whatever it may be called, so I just kind of played it safe. But I do like the idea of maybe making some spots that could be inspired or even a recreation of real spots. I very much like that. So it's just something that I have to get informed on and know what the legality of it is. Like, can I just take a London spot, a Greece spot, or like there's a lot of cool spots in Spain as well and stuff like that. So yeah, I just got to see. That's something I have to educate myself on, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's it. Thank you so much. Everybody have a great night. So yeah,
Cheers, man. Thanks for your questions, man. Have a good one.
Can I add a quick question? Mister?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I was hoping like probably in the future maps, can you add like I don't know if this is gonna be a thing, where there's actually obstacles that move around. Their purpose is to knock the player out the map, like down the map. For example, how that's saying, like American Ninja Warrior, or let's say, what is it? What is it? Bailout, where there's obstacles that move around. The purpose is to knock the player down the obstacle. Yeah,
I know what you mean. And rest assured, you will be. The thing is, like, I can't say too much about it. So right now, I'll just tell you. I'll tell you what it is. Right. So right now, I'm still in this phase of like finishing the game that I wanted to do. Plus, of course, community recommendations have been coming in. I hope I've been providing to a certain satisfaction in regards to community requests, but there's more coming still from the community, and there's more coming from my own ideas until 1.0. And so 1.0, the way you kind of look at it, like there's so much that can be done, right? Like all of us have ideas for the game, and so I've kind of created a bottleneck now, which is something you have to do before finishing a game, where you say, okay, well, this will be in 1.0, this will be in 1.0, this customization will be in 1.0 and stuff like that. And I can't say too much, but there is, like I said, there's a minimum of a year 1 support after 1.0, so there's more content coming. And so some of it will be coming at 1.0 and some of it comes after. And again, I can't say too much on it, but like in regards to what you just asked, may or may not have an idea for post 1.0 to keep the game, to keep more stuff coming. Hopefully you get what I mean.
Yeah, dude, oh my God.
There's going to be a lot coming.
There's a
Yo,
said add a developer.
Mr. Dev. Excuse me. Did you know that the resolution doesn't change in your game? It pisses me off.
Wait. Okay, let's keep it at a civil.
My family is dead.
Well, you're banned. Well, listen, I mean, there's zero tolerance here. If you're gonna annoy me, you're gonna be gone. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, listen, I'm not someone to like. I get along with everyone, but if you annoy me, I mean, listen, I was about to be the most polite guy to this person ever, but like, if you're gonna just scream at me, sorry.
Resolution. Yeah, that's that's all we got to take away from that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie, but like those types of people, tomorrow I have like 2 Instagram messages. Brother, I was banned for no reason. I was like, dude, I'm sorry, but like you were screaming the hell out of me.
Expect 2 more now.
Yeah.
So, can I go or somebody else had something?
No, you do it for me. I'll go after you.
Okay.
All right.
So I had 2 things, minor things that I really was thinking about. This is kind of an edge. I mean, this is kind of like the Sonic fan of me, but it's like, have you ever seen like the Soap Shoes rail grinding? I don't know if you. Yeah.
Yes, I have seen it.
I mean, you wouldn't need Soap Shoes to do it in the game, obviously, but like, I feel like it would fit in with the urban environment, like a staircase. You can like slide down certain rails instead of vaulting on them. I don't know how that would be implemented, but I think that would just look cool.
Like Sunset Overdrive, the game.
Yes. Oh yeah, that game's awesome.
That game's awesome.
Also, another thing is like, I guess my best comparison for this would be like a social game like Roblox or something, but like, you know, you can have like different animation sets. That would be kind of cool for like expression for basic things like running. Not every animation, but just like running, walking, and like just idle animations, like different kind of personality sets, or just changes it up for your character.
Yeah. So 2 things. The second one I can answer right away with the running style. I think that would fall into the category of what I said of like customizing your tricks or your movement set. So I think a running style would probably be the first part of it, right? Like, what's your style of running, right? Because like that'll be almost your idle state in the game. So I like the idea of having custom running styles that you can unlock maybe.
Like your gait or like whatever.
Yeah, like leg distance, arm distance. Do you want to run like fucking Naruto? You know, maybe not as much as that, but like you get the idea, right?
Yeah, it's just different running.
Naruto.
I think in regards to the grinding, this has actually broken my brain because it's something that I don't know if I should say this, but may or may not have been in the game before it came out. So yeah, I had before you were able to switch to the pigeon, you actually I should probably not say it. You were able to switch to something else, but you could grind basically, is what I'll say. And I quite liked it, but then I switched to the pigeon eventually because like that was just a more fun and creative way of moving around, flying versus running. The soap shoes, however, they're just not leaving my brain. So I very much like the idea of it. But that comes back to the question that I got earlier, right? Like how arcade or realistic do you think your game is, or how realistic do you want the game to be? And I know for a fact if you're going to put soap shoes in a game, well, obviously you're not going to make realistic grinds, right? You're going to stretch it a bit. It's going to be like a grind from one rooftop to another, right? So I just don't know. I honestly don't know if I want to go that far. Because I don't think it's gear. I think it's still body, it's shoes, it's not gear. So I'm kind of open to it still, but
I could see the difference between it being arcadey and realistic being like whether it's the kind of like the angle of the rail has to be a certain like steepness or something for you to land on it adequately, and maybe it's like there's an indicator that provides the player really well that like they're like, oh, that's the rail I can grind on, so that way it's not like, oh, why can't I grind on this or this?
Orange rails.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's like a zip line where it's like
railroad it in whatever scenario you want it to be, where it's like, oh, this is more realistic, this is more arcadey, and if everybody can make it more fun, then
I think the biggest thing in the game right now is like you don't really have stairs, right? I mean, there's none. So I think the biggest problem with like rail grinding that I found was, well, where do I put them? Like I have.
Well, they had the university map, or the school map.
Yeah. But like, there's one set of rails, right? So it's a question of like, where do I put rails in? And then if I do put them in, will it be possible to put them in every map? Or then you move quite quickly to, well, maybe you can't just grind rails. Maybe you can right? Electrical lines, you know, like in Sunset Overdrive. Or what is the game? Right. So like it's finding that level is quite difficult. Like where do I set the limit for arcadiness and for realism, right? Like if the game had a lot of stairs in every map, I feel like hell, I mean, of course, like that'll make
What
sense.
about like handrails? Like how you have some of those somewheres for accessibility. That could be like the way you do it for some areas without having to use stairs. Because some of those are like there.
Yeah.
Like you just have them somewhere.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that could
Because
possibly.
you don't need stairs just to have rails sometimes.
Or going back to Skate 3, it could be that kind of thing where like it's an object you could drop down, and so it'd just be like, okay, whatever, I want a handrail here, and it's just like, well, you can't land on it at a certain, like if it's tilted up too much, you're not gonna grind up it, or maybe you can, I don't know, but
Yeah.
then you could like place down a rail and be like, oh yeah, I set up the spot where I can grind from here to here, but I set it up myself.
Yeah.
Oh. And
give me a second quickly. I'm gonna get a glass of water, just so I don't lose my voice. But yeah, I think it's some more questions. I'll be right back.
I was gonna ask him this, but I was wondering, like, would people actually like this? I was about the zipline thing I brought up at first. Like, what if you like went up them a little slower than you went down? So it'd like punish you. But I don't know if this game would like want to punish you. For that kind of thing.
I think that the fact that it's like a static speed is already kind of, in a way, kind of a punishment.
But I mean, a slightly slower. Actually, no, that might kill the pace.
What needs to happen with zip lines is the tagger, the tagger or whoever has the flag needs to move slower in them. The problem with zip lines in multiplayer is that you can just abuse them, especially on school district here, where you can just go around the whole map and no tagger
You know what? That's
or
true.
person with the flag could like get caught up to.
What about what if you like boosted the speed you go down them, but decrease the speed you go up them? Would that make it worse or better? Your situation you're describing.
That would be situational then, because if
Because
it's
like you want a height advantage.
it
Yeah,
wouldn't really
because
change.
gravity is a element, so like descending is always faster. So technically,
Yeah, but it's a static speed right now.
But yeah, you're just explaining it as well. That will be the case for everyone. Whereas no, the tagger needs to be able to actually move quicker in any scenario.
Tagger.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that would make
I
sense.
play-
Or
I
like
play a lot-
inverse for capture the flag. Like if you have the flag.
Yeah. I play a lot more multiplayer than I do solo single player, and it's
Guys,
definitely one reason I never played
Oh
School
wait,
District.
somebody wants something.
Okay, since I want one of you to ask this for me, like, check if it's if the creators could add like racing, like time trials, right?
We already
Actual
asked
racing.
about that.
Okay, good. I was asking in the chat. It's like in the chat. I don't know if you noticed.
Okay.
About it.
Sorry. He said the issue was netcode and like how to make it not feel unfair with how it's a peer-to-peer multiplayer thing. That was his answer, and he said he'd have to like work on improving that probably before considering that.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, I got another one.
Yeah, he didn't confirm it. He didn't confirm it. I just want to say, but like he said he gets like bad reviews sometimes because people will like think they're not tagged, so he kind of is careful about that.
Yeah.
Latency.
One thing I was gonna ask
you
was
if
more about
racing was-
tricks and stuff.
So the other one was the pigeon time trials, maybe, like how the people use with drones. They actually use drones to go to like tight places, do tricks around it. Time trials on it with pigeons.
Maybe you have like a limited time on the pigeon, and you have to push between.
Yeah, time trial version. That's how I want that. Like, why don't you ask that for me, please? I want that. That'd be awesome. The more you
bring it up.
I feel like alongside that, you'd need to have like some kind of physics system, like a more robust
it feels
physics
a little
system implemented into the pigeon mechanic.
It'd feel a little boring, maybe.
Make it out.
Yeah, but it's just the zipline is really weird right now. I'm not sure. There's so many ways you could go about it, but it just looks kind of unnatural right now, just aesthetically and mechanically. I don't know why it bothers me so much.
Wait, which thing? The zip
Sorry,
line?
what was it? The
Yeah.
zip line.
I kind of get what you mean.
Yeah.
But it's like we have multiplayer now, so we got to consider that. Maybe you got like multiple types of zip lines, like a pulley zip line that like gets you up faster, but you go down slower,
I
where it's
mean,
like
there's-
constantly moving.
The zip line's a bit weird because there's like no momentum. You can go kind of upwards at full speed. But
No, but I mean like one where it's like you can go down it faster because it's a normal zip line, but there's one where it's a pulley where it's going in an upwards direction. So if you try and go down it, you go slower. But if you go up it, you go faster. That's how they would explain it. Maybe.
I like
Yeah.
what I didn't catch your name, but whoever said at least in the multiplayer scenarios, making it so the tagger or the person with the flag gets like a speed buffer on those.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
The inverse gets the like a buff in that area, so that way they can't be exploited.
Yeah.
That feels a little more poignant.
That would take a lot of
Yeah.
testing though.
I wouldn't I wouldn't bring that up though, just because he's heard it so many times.
What was it?
Well,
You heard so many times.
we're talking about giving like there's different roles like the tagger and the runner. Like you
Yeah.
can give them like buffs or something like for like zip lines or nerfs
Okay.
like that bounce it out. But like I guess we're concerned he's heard it before.
I wasn't here for the beginning of the voice call, so I'm not sure what we've heard.
Yeah, me too.
It's been a while.
I just meant like in general, like it's in suggestions every other day.
Oh, really?
He probably
I didn't check those out.
And he's probably definitely heard it.
Oh,
There's-
there we go.
But it all comes down to like, well, if you haven't heard it, you couldn't know. You don't know what you don't know type situation. I've been sitting here listening to like all the recommendations, and I know that a lot of these have been in suggestions or previous dev stages, but not everyone knows about those sort of stuff. So,
Is
and
anybody
Michael,
taking notes? We should
Yeah.
have had like a notepad
Hello,
to
hello.
release it when it's done.
Surely
no, yeah,
somebody-
people
I've been
are
taking notes, don't worry.
people taking notes. People been taking recordings.
Post a version of the notes when this is done, so people like as a mini FAQ, so like people can understand like what's been addressed. Because we've had that a lot.
Yeah, especially since he has addressed about the cheese.
What?
Just cheese in general.
Oh yeah, cheese. I thought you meant like.
No, but I just made that up. That's all. Yeah.
Somebody
What
wanted
is,
me to ask pigeon time trials real quick. Just throw it out there. Somebody wanted me to ask that for them.
Pigeon time trials, I have been asked before as well. The answer is always the same, which is like the pigeon doesn't have any sort of movement skills. So, I mean, every pigeon flies the same speed.
It's just a fast travel.
There's no like gaining speed with the pigeon, right? Like it's really just meant to be a session marker, a pin dropper. So I think if I added more movement skill to the pigeon, it may get in the way of the functionality of it, if that makes sense. While I do think it would be cool, it will definitely be on the lower side of the priority lists. I can say.
Can I say something?
Oh. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
say
yeah,
it first.
When in the session, only 4 people isn't too much. So if you maybe can add more people to the session.
You mean more than 4 people in the multiplayer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the internet connection. I will say at the moment. So like a lot of people have said that they had like problems with like being tagged from quite far away. So that speaks a lot in regards to those hosting not having a good connection / you connecting may not have a good connection. So adding more people to it because it is peer-to-peer would worsen that situation potentially. I haven't really tested it efficiently to make, to tell you statistics or anything. I would love to open it to more people. I think because like there is people with good internet connections and they may want to play with 10 of their friends and they'll have an easy time, right? But then there's other people, who have like 3 megabytes a second internet, buy the game, and then they, launch a session with someone hosting a 10-player session and they have like, 6 megabytes a second and everyone has a bad time and then the game gets bad reviews and stuff. So it's a bit of it's just, again, one of those issues I have of the game not having been made for multiplayer, nor having
something that will help with that is ping, showing the ping in the multiplayer screen when you're joining.
Yeah, so ping actually was supposed to be shown in the server browser so that people could choose what kind of session they actually want to connect to. there is a bug on Steam's side. On the Steam Advanced Sessions is what I'm using for the multiplayer, and it will not return the ping. I don't know why. They don't have any sort of documentation on it. I can't tell you why that is, but I just cannot get the ping to work. However, what I can tell you is I am working on a new multiplayer system, which will be quite similar to it, but it will be a little more custom made for the purposes here. It will also cover the consoles and stuff. So I can't say too much on it. I'll have to look into it more. But hopefully we'll see some improvements in regards to the multiplayer with that new system being implemented. But yeah, I mean, ideally, I want to open up the multiplayer to more players. I just need to kind of make sure that everyone can have a good time if I do so. But yeah, that's all I can say for now.
Another thing, speed contest. So maybe a race with flow and flow tricks. So who arrives first wins.
Yeah, so I mean, races have been mentioned earlier. It's one of those problems as well with latency that I also just mentioned, where I'm a bit concerned that like if someone has bad latency, like you may think that you came first and someone visually was behind you, and then all of a sudden that person behind you got first place and you'll be upset, which would be due to latency. So I'm a bit worried about that. But yeah, I think races would be super cool. I think honestly, like some people have been asking about local multiplayer as well. And when it comes to local multiplayer, I could really see races happening because then you don't have an internet connection in between you, kind of, messing with the results and the legitimacy of it. So that could actually work. But when it comes to multiplayer races, I'm just not sure yet. It's just such a big undertaking, multiplayer, especially since it wasn't planned with this game. And so I'm just still getting a grip on it, to be honest. But I am taking notes on all these things, so trust that I will do my best and see what I can actually do with the resources I have and the knowledge I can hopefully gain.
Would you
Wait, so you're saying
consider
split screen is the thing? No, at least.
Sorry, say that again.
Are you saying split screen a thing though?
Split screen right now is not a thing. I will have to look into it. I was thinking maybe at 1.0 or shortly after split screen, I could maybe approach. I'll have to see. I've never made a split screen game, but I would assume it's probably somewhat easier than multiplayer.
Oh my god, fuck, that is awesome. That's fucking awesome right there. Thank you.
If you do split screen on multiplayer, like so you could have like just 2 devices and have 4 people, that'd be cool. But that might be hard.
What do you mean? Local multiplayer would be like just on one device, right?
Yeah, but some games let you like have two devices that connect, but then you have split screen on both devices, so then you could have 4 players with only 2 devices and 2 accounts.
Yeah, like for like a hat in time, for example, like Mario Kart. Oh, hat in time. Like if you have like
Oh yeah, you can just do it on one device too. I totally forgot that.
like split screen on one device, and hat in time you can play with multiple people online.
So like, let's say, you guys know, like, let's say for Minecraft, for example, you can split screen on one device, can play with other controller and other controller, for example. Why just don't do that instead of more devices in the same thing? Because isn't it
Yeah,
going to be
I forgot. It's like max 4 players. That'd be kind of a waste to work on
Yeah,
online
and
multiplayer with the.
the
Sorry, I
what
just
about
forgot.
the
I'm so used to doing
Wi-Fi?
2-player.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all
Like,
good.
what
It's all
about
good.
the problems? Like, the same device, isn't it going to be a problem for the coding or like the game and the multiplayer if you guys join the same thing? Because like right now you can just add each other on Steam and then invite the person, or just they can just join the public lobby you made. And
Would have to have a weak device to not be able to do 4-player split screen on this game.
I mean, I think local multiplayer would not be public multiplayer, so it will just be if I do approach it, it would most likely just be 2 controllers split screen on one computer or one console, sort
What
of.
about 4?
I mean, 4 could work as well. I mean, right? I mean, I don't know. Like probably, I would probably make it as good as I can. If it's split screen, it makes sense to approach 4 players max, right?
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean, if I approach like split screen, I will look at getting the most out of it. So
You should
yeah.
like do the split screen not for like more devices because you don't know if it's gonna because it could is it gonna cause any like this disruption with the gameplay like if it's more devices or can't you just do the 4 split screens on one device instead?
The multiplayer is at max 4 players, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, if you do local multiplayer, you wouldn't be able to play multiplayer like online multiplayer, basically.
So you just need to do like one device, but like on 4 screens.
Yeah, with 4 controllers.
Yeah, that could potentially work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to
Like,
go back
what
to
if
races.
What if one person, or like, let's say the other people wanted to play on keyboard and mouse?
Well, I mean, I guess on PC that could work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could work on PC, I guess.
I don't think it does work on PC. I think you would only player 1 would be the only one allowed a keyboard and mouse, just because of how PCs work. If you have a second keyboard and mouse plugged in, they're just gonna assume it's all for the one thing.
Oh yeah. No, I think if it's on PC, like one person could, use a keyboard.
I
and the
think,
other
I think the best that you'd get is 2 players on PC using a controller.
Oh wait, did we just get a Mike Nolan in here? What the hell?
Yeah, I just noticed that. I was like, what?
I've spawned.
Mike Nolan is.
Okay.
Yeah, the local player split screen would definitely be like a mostly console thing, especially with consoles being on like bigger TV screens, whereas PCs are like smaller monitors.
You're right. Yeah. That's what I was thinking as well.
So PC I mean, sorry, go.
No, yeah, I just wanted to go back to the races. Before considering races, like trying to figure out how that would work in the game, would you just add public, like would you make times public in free play, like multiplayer free play for the time trials in game? So it's like, oh, player 1 just finished time trial 2 in 37 seconds.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know who I was speaking to, but I had a discussion like this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know who it was with, if it was here in the community or but yeah, there was a term that was brought up with time trials, which I think that's what you just mentioned. If like, let's say you are in multiplayer or local multiplayer, online multiplayer, and you are just doing the same kind of time trial, not at the same starting time, but you're just doing the activity at the same time. Where player 1 just got like that score, and now your friend or whoever you're playing with is like incentivized to like, beat this score. So like a time trial madness or whatever you want to call it, right? Where you are just multiplayer connected. I think that would be quite cool. Not only that, I think Seb as well. I think that would be one of those instances where I think it would actually be quite fun to have that in free play, so that you would get a message whenever someone finishes a time trial in free play. Player 1, or like whatever the username is, just finished school trial 1 and then the time, so that you're incentivized to now kind of go against each other in free play. I think that would completely work. Similar to races. I don't know if that's what you just meant.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like instead of like having to try out this entirely new thing, it's like we already have some sort of race in game. It's only client side at the moment where you see your own times and whatnot.
Yeah. I think that would be quite fun, actually. Yeah. I think that combined. Well, let me actually put a quick note down. Time trials and
leaderboards.
Leaderboards is something that I have planned for post 1.0, hopefully.
Sweet.
Good. I'm gonna go for now. But this went really well. Thank you for doing this. All right.
Yeah, of course, man. Have a good one.
I had a small concern / suggestion thing that I wanted to bring
go
on. So like, I've gotten several of my friends to buy this game because it's fun as hell. But when they're trying to learn it, I guess you could probably, I don't know if like to the old heads who have been playing this for a long time, if this is like a sort of skill based thing, is how it's thought of. But the backflip button just being a face button on its own, it trips up my friends when they're trying to learn the game. And so I know it's like you got to time your jump, so it's like that. But it's like sometimes when they're trying to fit in a power jump in a line or something, they'll like randomly backflip and then they'll like ragdoll out of control. And we were trying to like think of like what would be the workaround for that, and it was like some of the moves have to be like modified with the left bumper, right? And so like what if the backflip button was something that had to be modified with some button? But then again, the left bumper wouldn't be ideal because that's like the precision landing thing. But I guess I wonder if like maybe a setting that you could turn on where it's like,
okay, so just for clearance, so in regards to the backflip, you are meaning like the unintended backflipping and then ragdolling, right?
yeah.
So what's a situation that you think is critical? Is it like getting up and then backflipping unintentionally, or is it just like during a run, or what's
like
the annoying part about it?
during a run where you're between like going over, like doing a vault of some kind, and there's like that brief window where you're off the ground and then you're about to start running up to something and you want to prepare a power jump, so you want to
I see.
so you start holding X as early as possible, but you backflip instead and then you fell.
Yes. Okay. I get you. So it's like the jump buffering, as it's been called in the last call I had with the community. So I quite like that term actually. Yeah, the jump buffering is one of those things for the more experienced players, and it's definitely a thing. It is a mechanic that was intended. So I completely get the frustration, especially if you want to jump charge right at landing. I mean, that's not something I do, but I completely understand some people doing it. So there was one issue I can tell you about with the tag, for example, which is something that in like a month or two ago was mentioned by the community. Like whenever someone was ragdolling, they would spam the get up button, and if they spammed it twice, so like the first time they actually get up and they are in the air, and then they spam it again, and whoops, I've done a backflip and ragdolled again. I fixed that one. So that one is fixed. It should be fixed, hopefully. Oh my god, I hope. I mean, that one should. So it still happens sometimes. Someone says it could, maybe in very rare situations potentially, but it should be fixed for the majority of the thing. However, of course, that still leaves us with the during the run unintended backflips, and I do thoroughly believe that it is intuitive to have it on the jump button. I do also understand the negative design choice on it, with it being the jump button. I get it, and I get that like tying a third button into it so that those accidentally backflip triggers don't happen anymore makes sense. I do, however, think that I as a developer just need to do better, and hopefully I'll find something in the back end, like
like as a suggestion, I feel like making a setting so it's like you could see how many people use that setting and see if it's like a really well liked thing, and then it'd be like, oh, this like there's the setting that makes it so the backflip button doesn't need the third button press.
I think you know what it is. I think you're right. I think that could be a solution. I have a developer friend of mine. He would, if I would say to him, I can make a setting for him. You know what he would say to me? He would say, "Oh, you could just fix the fucking problem."
I don't know.
Usually settings are a cop out, right? Settings are a cop out. Like from a developer's perspective, I should really just fix the issue. A setting is usually a cop out. So I think what I can do.
You see the shadow on my icon. I'm a Sonic fan, so of course I got soft feelings for settings.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think settings, like you'll get more of those, especially accessibility settings and movement settings and such. You will get more of, but I think in regards to the unintended backflips, especially if it's before landing, not to get too techy now in regards to development language and what's so not, but there is some math that I could do that would check how far along your jump you are, and let's say if half a second of your jump is left, which would be the critical window in which you would potentially buffer your next jump, In other words, where you would unintentionally backflip, I could do some math that knows if you're about to land and just disable the backflipping. Therefore, hopefully getting rid of that completely unintentional backflip frustration.
None of the backflips are like a quick backflip, so it's like nobody would intentionally be like, "Oh, at the very end of my jump, I'm gonna backflip." So
there needs to be more player forgiveness. Like the system knows that, like, player isn't gonna do a backflip here, and
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think my game needs to account for what your intentions are. Exactly. I think it should. Yeah. I'll look into it. Let me put a quick note down.
What if you add like a little ball which like goes off for 30 seconds, or not 30 seconds, but like a little bit of time after you're getting up. So once it detects that you've pressed get up, a little timer goes off. Once that timer's up, then you can trick. But until that timer's up, you can't.
Well, that only fixes that one specific issue, but that backflip thing can happen in multiple places, like all around the game. So I feel
so getting up, I fixed.
Yeah.
So here's really about like if you're mid-air and you're accidentally pressing a backflip and you wouldn't want to do it. So I need to find a way for the game to detect if that was probably an unintentional hit and then just not do a backflip.
Could it just be distance based if you're too close to the ground?
Yeah, exactly. I think the distance-based thing I've done when you're getting up, so that's one thing I've implemented already. But of course, if you're like in the middle of the air, it's quite hard to kind of detect it.
Like some kind of input, like you have to be pressing the input for a certain amount of time, like a toggle. You know what I mean? Some certain amount of, like some.
Well, I think that would make it just unresponsive whenever you do actually want to do a backflip, right? Which could just destroy your runs in another way now. I think the game needs to just stay as responsive as it is. I think that's a non-negotiable
It falls
thing,
like
you
in
know?
the same category as, like, you know, some games have that like grace period, like where if you run off a ledge, you can still jump even though you're technically like slightly in the air. I don't remember what it's called in like game development.
It's called a coyote jump.
Yeah, but like that's a mechanic of like player grace or like player forgiveness, where the game kind of like lets you get away with it, although you're kind of
Game's like overcompensating a bit.
the game kind of knows what you're trying to do, and this is like one of those cases. I don't just remember what it's called like technically in game development, but
I think when it comes to the backflips, like the backflips obviously require one of the more like higher times to perform. Like you'll always need a bit of air time, right, to perform a backflip and land it. One thing I was thinking of would be you obviously got an upwards force when you're jumping, then you got a downwards falling velocity when you're falling. And one thing I was thinking of would be to maybe just disable backflips at a certain speed of falling, because like at that point you shouldn't really perform a backflip at all. And I feel like that's where most people just trigger it accidentally, potentially. So I could say like if you're falling like a meter a second or whatever, you know, just disable it. Maybe that'll. I can test it. You know, I can test it in the next update maybe and see if that would solve it. There's a lot of ways to solve it.
probably going to require some iteration.
Yeah,
You might want to.
There's gonna be some maps going on.
Maps,
I would consider holding off from that. I currently feel like accidentally gainer. I still accidentally gainer. It is a part of the game. But
Yeah, I do it too. Yeah.
If you like added a delay, then it's like, sorry, if you make it so you can't do it at a certain speed, then most people are like, why won't the game let me do this? Instead of, oh man, I did this, but I ragdolled instead. And if it's like, well, if you got to hold it to do it, I know a lot of people will hold forward and hold like spam A to get up. So that might mess up what you've already done to fix that after getting up from a ragdoll. Whereas as if it's like a setting option, well then it becomes like a thing of, well, why isn't this other trick also like a setting thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Where you get like
figuring
multiple
out the
toggles.
math between like how fast you're falling and then like figuring out like at what point at the end of your jump are you at, and then like finding that sweet spot where it's like, this is where most people will identify like, yeah, I'm probably hitting the ground now, so I'm gonna start my jump buffer. That feels solid to me.
Yeah, it feels more like a matter of implementation and just finding the good way of doing it. But
Yeah, I think there should probably just be a I mean, dead zone is not the right word for it necessarily, but there should probably be a sweet spot in every jump where you can trigger a trick at all. I mean, that could also help in regards to unintentional tricks. Because, like, let's say if you jumped off and you're not triggering any sort of tricks, and you're about to land, then that should probably be a scenario in which you just shouldn't be able to trick at all, right? So maybe I can figure that out in the code and just make sure that then no accidental tricks are triggered. One of those things, for example, like I've implemented this before. For anyone who's been playing this game for multiple months now, they will know that wall ejecting is on X, right? On controller or on square. And of course, you will have tricks like the side flip and vortex flip and back twist, you know. So those would trigger back in the day when you were triggering a wall eject too early, and it was very much the same sort of case with the backflips right now. So I found a way to detect when you're about, like the game actually detects when you're about to want to do a wall eject, and so it disables all the side flips and vortex flips. So that's actually solved that issue. And so I think I can find something similar probably to the backflip so that people hopefully lose the frustration with that one. Nixon says in the chat he disagrees. Is that in regards to what I just said, or is it in regards to something I've missed in the chat? Or something else? Okay, never mind.
It was disagreeing to if you're in the RNA Discord, then you like lemons. He was disagreeing to that.
Oh God. Okay.
It was just giving everyone
Even
like
the developer doesn't
lemons.
like lemons, you see?
Just give a little disagree wants lemons. So lemons.
Well, anyways, I'll put some notes down for the backflip. Hopefully, I'll find some solutions. I'll share them with you all. But yeah, do we have any other questions or?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, go on.
This is you go
first. No, you go first.
All right, bet. All right, well, this is Tragic the Unmuted. I've been playing your game since you dropped it on Steam. Love your game.
Oh yeah.
One of the things I was curious about is like a possible tweaking system, maybe for the tricks. You kind of brought it up earlier with the whole customization, but like, say like you go to do a backflip, like what if you could like do the backflip where you like grab your legs and like bring them, like pull them back more, or like just, you know, something to add more style to the trick itself. And also a suggestion. It's in regards to this whole accidental backflip thing. What if there was like an opaque, like a very transparent circle on the ground when you got up into the air, and the closer you got to the ground, the more, like, the wider it got to the point where it's not there anymore because you're on the ground? Because that could give like a visual representation of you are in the air, therefore a trick will happen.
Wait, I'm actually not sure if I follow. I feel like I'm hearing a good idea, but I'm not sure I follow the logic of it.
Like an opaque circle that like would show up when you would jump. Like say if you would like do a jump in the air, there'd be like an opaque circle, like obviously very see-through, to not like break like immersion and like the flow of things.
So a circle where you jumped off or where you're about to land.
Where you're about to land, and like
Okay.
yeah, so that way you would
like
know
a
like
Crash
when you
Bandicoot.
would touch the ground, so that way you wouldn't like say if you're gonna jump again, you wouldn't do like an accidental trick because you.
I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, so you can tell where you're okay, like in Crash Bandicoot, the last
In
one.
Crash Bandicoot,
or
I think
the
it's
remix.
like the shadow of Crash.
Yeah.
Is the
Exactly.
Yeah, and they have like a little outline.
Visual
They actually updated
representation
and
of,
it
like,
was.
this is where
They
I'm
have the
going to
outline.
land, or like this, or
Yeah, I really like that.
lifted up off the ground. Now I know.
If you have if it's on an actual game, if you can find a YouTube clip and post it in the chat here, I'll note it in my notes and I'll watch it later, and I'll put it in my notes and I'll see if I can use it as a reference.
Yeah, the Crash Bandicoot thing is actually the perfect representation.
Yeah, the shadow of the character basically
whoever
always
said Crash
indicates where you're
Bandicoot.
gonna land.
Thank you.
Because so there is an actual there's a cool overlap right now with what you just said, which would be interesting to implement, because I have been speaking to someone who's a bit more experienced than I am in regards to tutorial work as well, because obviously my game requires as well a lot of learning as to how do you do this and that. And one of the criticisms I have gotten from certain people would be that the tutorial definitely doesn't teach you enough, right? A lot of people seem like they need to go into tutorials on YouTube or on other sources, maybe even tech tutorials on the channel, or like those hidden mechanics that the tutorial in-game just doesn't tell you. And one of those things, like rolling, for example, funnily enough, whether you have to roll off of a jump or not, or automatically land safely, is not something that the tutorial nor the game teaches you quite well at the moment. And so I've been trying to find a way as to how I can communicate to people, first of all, who start off playing the game, oh, you were supposed to, press the roll button, or you were so close to falling or landing. And I feel what you just said could actually be a really cool visual indicator for the tutorial as well. If I got that right. I think so.
Here it is, Michael. Rooftops here. This is what he meant. I found it for you. Yeah, Meeksphere. Look at my screen.
Oh yeah, I'm watching. Yeah.
He's literally talking about this. It follows you around when you jump. And it gives you a highlight on where you're about to land. In the old games, in the PlayStation 1, didn't have that. And when they did the remake, they added this to help beginners know where their headbots or where they're gonna land is.
Exactly.
It's always there when you jump. And it follows your character underneath as a shadow. And it has a little ring around it. So it's like an indicator to like help you understand that this is where you're gonna land. See, like if here, it has a side screen part where it has
And
it.
it'll
See?
also help the
This is
player
what
understand that they are now in the air, right? So they don't do it.
Yeah, look at this. See, even when you're jumping, like it tells you. Like I was trying to
I think that would be a really cool. That would actually see that's one of those things where I think like that would be a good setting, because it's what do you call it? Accessibility setting. Yeah. That I quite like. That's a good idea. Yeah.
Rooftops, can you please add ultra wide support?
Okay, so this is a bit of a stretch. I will say there is ultra wide. There's any resolution support, I want to say, because you can kind of stretch the window to whatever you want. Or do you mean in the display settings, sort of?
I mean, like, I have an ultra wide personally. I have an ultra wide, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Every time I enter the game, I have to go into DMG's mod. Damages mod, and I have to increase the FOV to like 150. So if there was
I see, yeah, because you need more FOV. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then every time I enter the game, I have to. Every time I even if I join a multiplayer session, I have to do it, and then I leave and I join back. I have to keep entering the same FOV. So having like an FOV slider where you can have and it either adjusts to your monitor, or you can go up to like insane FOVs, like 300 FOV or whatever. That would be fixed. I think that was.
Let me quickly put it down. So safe FOV settings, which is a note that I already have. I know a lot of people have asked me to save their FOV settings. I completely get it. It's yet to be done. Hopefully, I can make that for the next update. FOV 120 DMG says. DMG, is that enough for widescreen? Are you saying, or? Let me see what. But yeah, because so that's the command. Oh, okay. So okay, let me quickly put the note down. Save FOV settings or extended widescreens, and then because I think so. I like natively. Let's say if you're like on a normal screen, which isn't widescreen, I wouldn't want players to be allowed to go past a certain FOV threshold that I've set for the kind of far away FOV, because it can kind of destroy the visual, but also B, it could cause graphical issues on some hardware, because like more is being rendered in one frame, not to get too technical. But yeah, maybe I can find a way to detect widescreens, and then give you a separate setting as to where you can have then an extended FOV that matches your screen. There has been a lot of problems in regards to the display settings that I've heard of. A lot of people got locked into a certain resolution. All of a sudden they can't press buttons anymore. It's very annoying. If you know what I'm talking about, I know what the issue is largely. It's mostly due to, so we all have different sizes of screens with different resolutions, and some people change their Windows scaling additionally in their settings. So I have a 4K display, for example. It's quite big, but I have it quite close to my face, and so I myself change my display settings to be like 300 or I don't know, 125%, I don't know, but it's like not the native Windows thing. And that is a setting that Unreal Engine doesn't detect, and so it kind of messes up and distorts the resolution, and it's all messed up. But it's something I'm going to look at. I've put a note down. Hopefully for the widescreens, I can figure it out. The FOV saving is definitely something I can do, so I will definitely implement that one.
Also, Rooftops, while we're on the topic, I'm sorry to kind of interrupt you. I want to keep.
Dude, it's all good. It's all good.
Also, while we're on the topic, first person, like the camera and viewpoint on ultra wide, I feel like needs an automatic adjustment by like 20, because when I want to play first person, I have to go from like 150 FOV, and this is native, to like 170 for it to look proper. You know what I mean? Also with first person too, the camera is very restrictive, and it doesn't feel proper. So if there's like a first person overhaul kind of update where the camera independently kind of controls the head or gives the illusion of that.
I know what you mean, and I appreciate bringing this up because I wanted to speak on this and I completely forgot. So thanks for bringing that one up. It's first person. I'll be honest, I was kind of proud of it when I started off with it. Nowadays, I play first person. I'm like, that fucking sucks.
It's definitely something still to be proud of.
I'm like, damn, first person needs that overhaul, doesn't it? Like, it's one of those things. Like, it's first person. It is probably one of the more tricky one to get right. And well, first of all, there's two first persons. There is the realistic mode and the stabilized one. While none of which gives you head control, the stabilized one actually gives you the closest one to a head control. It does rotate your body with you, but it is basically head control. Whereas the stabilized, sorry, not the stabilized, the realistic first person does give you one-to-one head movement, but it comes at the loss of, well, additional head movement, basically, if you know what I mean. The idea that I have for the first person is that you would be able to control each mode, whether it's stabilized or realistic, but you would actually just like turn your head and not your body. I have to figure out the logistics of it because it can tend to be a bit disorientating, especially during tricking and stuff. So I'll need to find a way of like when to disable and enable it. But I know what you mean, and that's one of those things that I will definitely approach once I approach the first person overhaul, because I think there is a lot that is wrong with it at the moment. And especially for console launch, I want that thing to be so much better than it currently is.
So I have a question. Sorry, all the questions. Let me ask this one last one and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Do you plan on like I know you're working on a lot of things. Is Rooftops and Alley's console, is that still coming in 2025 currently? Because I know there's a lot of things on your plate, as you just said. So
so how do I say this?
It's possible.
I can say the following. Consoles are a huge part of RNA. It's what I always dreamt of. And I think I can somewhat comfortably say right now that 2025 is going to happen. I don't know when. Again, don't take my word for it, but so far the stars do seem to be aligned. And if we're all getting lucky, there may or may not be an announcement soon.
Oh.
So hold tight is what I'll say. But consoles, you know what it is. Like consoles, Sony, Microsoft, it's the NDA stuff. So like, don't ask your boy for too many questions because I'm gonna get jailed. But I'm here for it. Like, don't worry. I've been working my ass off more than you know in the back end. I know we talk about front end updates for the game, but trust, I've been on it, and hopefully we'll have an announcement soon.
Oh wait, never mind. I remembered what you said for one question, but I do have another question regarding to tricks and possibly addition to them, which is, will you plan on like adding like wall kicks or like wall flips, like where you can like flip off the wall, I should say?
Yes, yes. So there is one mechanic that has been requested separately from this quite recently, and it was a request of someone who said, "Well, okay, so we have a mid wall that we can climb. We have a high wall that we can go into a hanging state and then climb. But what if we have just a flat wall that isn't climbable in any sort of way?" And the person asked for just a vertical wall run. In any case, then of a wall that you can climb. And that is absolutely something that I want to approach. It's probably going to be after this update that's coming out now, because that's when I'll have the time for it. And I'm quite excited about it. I haven't approached it yet, but in theory, if I can make it happen, it would also unlock a whole new trick set of when you are vertically wall running a wall, which would also allow for this button would be a wall run to backflip. This one would be a wall run to this trick, you know? So there's a whole movement set that I may be able to unlock quite soon, hopefully in the next 2 months or so. So fingers crossed. I can't promise it, but I'm dead excited to get to it. I'm literally just finishing.
Exciting, yeah.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
All right, yeah. Thanks for answering that.
Of course, of course.
Can I ask one thing?
I have a question.
Oh, quickly, just for someone asking in the chat, sorry, just quickly. So the next update is probably it's most likely gonna come out in the week after in the week within the 1st February is the most likely time, I can say.
Okay.
So that will be the new map and some new movement mechanics.
Excited for the new map when you said it the first time.
Oh, the new map's gonna be good, I tell you.
Oh my god, I might like it. It's like I think I'm too harsh. But like, Michael, I just wanted to ask. You know, like but like all people allowed who like don't have the game, are they allowed to be in the server? Just like a random question.
If someone doesn't have the game, whether they are allowed to be in the server, you mean?
Yeah, of course I will, mate.
I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm welcoming everyone. The only people I don't welcome is those who are in the server who have the game but may not have gotten it legitimately on a legal manner.
We send them straight to jail.
Then your ass is going to be jailed. But yeah, I mean,
or the
listen, I'm a poor indie dev. Don't be so awful to me. No, I'm, you know.
But I have a question though. Like, you know, like websites. Let's say like there's also some fake, like for example, fake Minecraft games. There isn't like fake any Rooftops games, are there? Or no?
Oh yeah,
Like,
there's many.
The actual game, or just the like fake version.
I mean, there's a lot of fake RNA games. I can tell you. I mean, there's one that you have no idea how many people have been messaging me in the last couple of weeks, especially because like certain people, I don't know where they are from. I'm not going to be stereotypical. I don't know. They're definitely not where I'm from here. But some people use the territory that they're in legally, and they are advertising the shit out of it of a fake. They basically, there's a big scam going around, and I'll warn you all because, like, please, everyone, please be safe out there because there's fake mobile game ads going around that use my clips, my reels, and that you'll see on TikTok and on Instagram. They claim that it's a mobile app, and it has like over a fucking million downloads. That's so much more than I have. Okay. And they will steal your data. They will rip you apart. They will get you microtransactions in. They will completely scam you, and it's disgusting. And I can't legally do anything against it. So if you see it, report the fuck out of those ads. Honestly, if you want to help me, just report them. Report them.
There's a game is on mobile.
There is just fake games on mobile. There's so many fake games on mobile that try and like make it seem like it's my game, and I absolutely hate them, and I can't do anything legally against them. But like, yeah, hopefully in the future I will have some legal support to go against this. And I told some people in the last chat already, we'll do a big server takedown party where I'll just kind of share the link and we'll just take them down one after the other, boys. I'll tell you.
Like,
Let's go. Let's go for that.
No. Mike. I mean, no. Sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to call you. I mean, Michael. Wrong person.
Yeah.
You know, like I know it's kind of hard because like the yesterday I think or the other time you were on call, you said like when somebody I think it was Junior who asked about the on console which will be coming soon, but you don't know when really this year or maybe whenever. It won't be only it won't be on other devices like let's say mobile for example, probably not because of the
Or, like-
mechanics and the controls and stuff.
Sorry, could you repeat that? You cut out there. I couldn't hear you.
I mean,
Mobile doesn't come under the console at all. So when he says
sorry. So yeah,
any like games handheld, maybe something like that, like something like the Wii would be a console. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't.
like console.
Under that.
Yeah. Console. For the majority, we're talking about Xbox and PlayStation and those consoles, right? In regards to the mobile market, I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't plan on making a mobile version. I never have. I so far also don't. But
Yeah, it'd be hard to like get the mechanics.
Where would you fit all the controls?
yeah, I mean, honestly, like, look. I mean, you can tell me if this is a great idea or not. But like,
I don't
the only thing I can do to go against the mobile scamming issue is to make an original RNA mobile version to just fuck them all up and take all the downloads away from them. Because the only thing I can do is make a mobile version. It wouldn't be the game that you're all playing on PC, of course. It wouldn't be as intricate, but it could be RNA in a simplified manner. Like maybe it's just the time trials.
Like Rocket League. How they have like
What
the
if?
Yeah.
Okay, here's
I don't know how it would be, but like
I have a stupid idea. Tell me.
It'd be like a simple version of
like
the game.
What
platformer.
What if it was? Okay, so the mobile thing would be free to play, but hold on, bear with me. But you can only play as the pigeon in free to play,
bro.
What?
How would that be parkour? How would that turn
Hell
into
yeah!
parkour? Like you could do
Then
flips
if
as
you
a
have a
pigeon.
controller that you can plug into your phone,
Oh yeah, like
then
you can
access
like
the
link a
screen
PlayStation
that
controller
allows
to
you
your
to
phone.
spend money on the game, and then you unlock the parkour. Because
Now you know what I'll do. You know what I'll do. I'll make a simplified version of RNA, as a mobile version, like next year or something.
Make us like ducks.
And I'll get all the revenue from the mobile game. I'll put it in a bucket, and I'll do a stream. I'll do a stream. I don't know where I'll do it. I'll just do it. We look at the royalties I'll get from it, and I'll just spend all the money at suing the hell out of all the fakes.
That sounds like a great
That's a
idea.
really good stream idea. Can I?
I mean, get him. Like you got to fight fire with fire. Get him.
I think I know the issue is more optimization, but noting that, yeah, controller can be paired up with a phone. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, like
I've got it from.
I used to pair my PlayStation controller to my phone.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
But of course, people.
Yeah, I mean, on a real sense.
Have a
though.
controller, and they're like, "What? I can't do anything."
Yeah, I mean, on a real sense, if in a business, in an honest sense, now, if I was ever to make, or not me, like anyone, if you're ever going to make a mobile game, requiring a controller is the stupidest thing you could do. Because the whole reason is working is because you got everything you need in your pocket.
Like you might as well just get it on like a console.
Yeah.
If
Basically.
you have a controller, you already have a console, no?
I don't know how it works, but like I remember one time playing Rooftops and I was like, let me test it on my phone because you can do the stream link thingy. And then I was like, how the hell am I playing Rooftops and Alleys? But it's super laggy. It's like
This is like more based.
Rooftops. Wait, give me a second. I quickly need to run to the toilet.
Sorry.
Give me 30.
Don't piss yourself.
If you want to make it to the toilet, you don't want to do it in your pants.
Mike.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm trying to connect to your server right now.
That got wildly off topic. Does that usually happen?
Yes.
I don't know. This is my first time in this call.
Yeah.
Has anybody asked about adding more variants of little robot heads?
I want them to
I mean, he does add new, he adds new like eyes and shit every now and again.
Like, what if we could have like little different antennas or a different head shape? Because
I'm
I
pretty
still like
sure
the
that's what-
robot thing
That like
going
goes
on.
with this.
How are you supposed to get
I don't know.
cosmetics? Like, cause I'm not
in
seeing
the
like a
park.
store or anything.
It's in the positive.
He hasn't implemented it yet.
I mean, it's been spoken about. I'm pretty sure he wants like all clothes and stuff to be open.
Yeah, because
from
I'm
the-
seeing. I'm
He,
seeing
yeah,
some
he,
people
well,
with
he
different
wants all
clothes.
clothes and stuff to be open to everybody
You
from.
mean like in game?
It's
Like
Yeah,
right
in
now?
game.
Yeah, it means in game.
No,
There's
it's
a-
just
there's a menu.
customization.
What?
What?
There's a
I
menu.
didn't know about the
There's an
customization.
entire menu, bro.
Oh, how old are you, Nathan?
2.
9 years old.
Yeah, I think he's
old enough to know what monetization
Dog on
is.
him.
I don't think he
Definitely, it
could.
took me a
I'll
second to
play.
find it when I first got the game.
In all fair, me too.
Guys didn't watch the start of
I
tutorial,
was
man.
trying to get Nathan banned. That's funny.
Not trying
Like I
to.
said, my
No, I
friend-
am.
I've had my eyes on him since I joined the pool, my friend.
No, he's no more not part now. He's
all right.
We need crocs or trampolines.
Trampolines.
Yeah, either trampolines or springboards.
That would
think
go
we
really
should
well
do
with
that
that like
trampoline in
wipeout
the
recommendation earlier. Like
Yeah.
all the things that could knock you off an obstacle course and then have a trampoline.
Yeah,
no, honestly,
blind bot.
I think like in free play, I'm not saying he should, but he can if he wants to. He should like add a trampoline thing, like let's say maybe a trampoline map or whatever, or like somebody can make one,
Yeah.
in the mods, and you can on Nexus mods or something.
There are
Like,
currently trampolines in mods.
You know how
I've
in
never
Skate
seen
3
them.
you place
Wow, I'm
the-
gonna find that person.
I was gonna say, you know, it's like Skate 3 how you can like customize your little park.
Oh
You're
right.
on, yeah, you're on about an
What if there's
object.
something like that? Yeah.
That's
That would be a
kind of
crazy thing to add down.
elite stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I mean, it's been spoke about
After
before,
1.0.
but it's quite a difficult task. Also,
That might as
like,
well be
it-
the
bear,
mod.
bear in mind,
Big
it's also his first game. This is a beginner developer.
Yes.
Like he's
Yeah,
not an he's not experienced. This is his first game. That's a crazy. Like it was done as a mod, and that guy has probably done that as a mod like 700 times. You know what I mean? Like it. I don't know how he managed to do it as a mod, but that guy must be experienced in doing that as a mod. Because I mean, an object dropper. I know DMG like teased something similar back in the day, but it's one of those things where, as like he would need to take time to sit down and learn it. Do you know what I mean? He
Yeah.
wouldn't just be able to bust it out and there you go.
Oh
there's it.
no, I knew that was an insane suggestion from you. I know.
Yo, Mike, I can't join the thing for some reason. I don't really know.
I mean, I don't know why, guys. Like, if you
What
go
build
to
are you
the
on?
shed,
You on a beta or anything?
Oh, yeah, I'm on beta.
you guys can freaking
What
for
beta
some
are you on?
reason, Mike. You know when you
Dude, I don't even know. I'm just on beta.
What
Are you on beta?
Swap to the pub build. I'm on the main build.
Okay, sure.
I'm flying around with a cape on. Oh no, you connected? What? What
is
map are
wrong-
you on?
What am I watching? Oh, yeah. What is it? Sky, what's wrong with your first person? Like, I'm looking at your screen and you go to first person. It looks like you're in a VR.
VR goggles. That's what it's like. It's so goofy. That's
What?
what I do.
Wait, you can do that with VR?
It's no, it's a mod.
Yeah, this is like
I don't know why.
You can port this game to VR.
No. It's a mod. It's a mod. It's like he goes in first person. It looks like he's using VR. A VR
Yeah,
headset.
that's a cosmetic.
But
But
it looks so goofy.
you can actually play Rooftops and Alleys in VR. It's a Unreal
okay.
plugin.
Just doing
It's
front
a-
flip and seeing someone face plant the floor.
It's quite
I'm gonna try that actually.
Quite
Yeah.
You guaranteed to get motion sick from that. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
wanna actually
I want to take that as a bet. I want to take this bet now.
When I get my new headset, my dad's gonna get me in a
Boys,
few
what's
days.
very
I'm gonna
soon
just,
going to be added to Rooftops noise.
Wait, like, is VR in? Is Roof? Sorry, is Rooftops? Does VR work with Rooftops and all these?
Hello.
No, you gotta like mod the game. It's a plugin to get VR.
The best you can do is look around with the goggles. You can't actually control it or anything. You have to use a controller.
I think I've like been in the game, but like it's just how you normally is. But like in a theater thingy when you play a game which you can't play on VR, like with your hands and stuff.
You physically have to do a flip to do the trick in game.
I think games are kind of done that in VR.
Hey,
Hey, Michael.
Welcome
back.
What's up? Hey,
Hello.
so Rooftop, since the last time we spoke, have you kind of thought of any solutions for the like Tic Tac spider thing?
You speak to him like 10 minutes ago about it, Cletus.
No, I spoke to him last time we spoke. Like
Yeah, we spoke on the last call. Yeah. I haven't yet. It's the same scenario still, so I'm finishing the next update, and then I'm going to see how much headroom I have from the release in within the week of 1st of February. The next update will come out, so I'll see how early. Hopefully, I'll finish the update early, and then I'll have hopefully like half a week to a week of headroom, and then I'll approach either the things here on the list that I've noted from today's call, but also like the Spider-Manning and the wall ejecting improvements in the animation and stuff. So I'll just have to see how quick I get on, basically.
Can I ask you something about modding and the console release?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, now that the console's coming in, obviously stuff like Steam Workshop is kind of out of the question. But I've always kind of felt like this game would benefit a lot from harnessing the whole community's like creative power to create maps or other kind of content. So what's your kind of view or opinion of that now that console's coming in?
So modding was originally supposed to come out in November. Bit late now, but that was before multiplayer was ever planned. So multiplayer kind of broke the trajectory there. So with multiplayer, modding has become a bit more complex. I am still thinking about modding. I'm still planning on implementing it. It currently looks like it's going to come after 1.0. That said, I will have to give especially one of our members here, DMG, a huge shout out because he's made it available to many of you, even though it's not out, natively in the game. He's working his ass off to get it to work quite, as good as it can without me natively editing it, and so a huge W for DMG for that one. But yeah, I mean, consoles are complex when it comes to modding. And considering that multiplayer has become a thing, now console hopefully is becoming a thing, and modding is a bit complex in regards to console especially. Because modding, I mean, people want to add Nike shoes and branded stuff, and on console that's not really legal. PC, it's way easier to get away with stuff like that, even with mods, believe it or not. So
maybe like I feel like maps are probably the main thing.
Yeah, maps will be the
most
main
important thing because I feel like, for example, somebody earlier asked about adding like real locations or like stuff like that. Even stuff like that could be done through mods. Like somebody makes a map and it could be shared. Now we don't have like Steam Workshop, but so that would mean it would have to be implemented natively into the game.
We've had conversations about mod.io and other potential.
Yeah,
things.
I've seen that in other games. Frankly, it's always a bit shit, but
that's exactly.
There would probably be a way of doing it, but like
unless you
it's
like
harder
really
now.
design your own and you're like really experienced in that kind of field. I mean, are you really going to get much better than mod.io? You know what I mean? Which are natively supported across multiple different games for modding. Like it's the availability for things like that. Like the choice is just not there. Like it's not like on PC where you have so many different outlets where you can upload mods for something to be integrated into a console like mod.io. Mod.io or something like CurseForge are really your only choices. So it's like you kind of have to stick with their bullshit which they put up, or you have to put up with it. I mean,
yeah, that's true. Like the console's pretty limiting, but honestly, like mod.io or something would probably make the integration a lot easier because you wouldn't have to code a lot of the stuff yourself. But yeah, it probably adds another a bunch of issues and like syncing the mods when you join someone's lobby and like showing what mods are enabled and stuff. That would be a hassle, but like I feel like some way of harnessing the community's creativity into this would be great, and maybe this is not the way, but maybe something else as well.
It also lifts like a little bit of weight off your shoulders as a developer there, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do have a question. Why is Steam Workshop out of the picture for this game? If that could be quickly answered.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You guys were talking about how Steam Workshop is like out of the picture and you can't really use it. Why is that?
Oh yeah. So the reason why that is well, so heading towards 1.0 now. 1.0 also means that the game it's not leaving Steam, but it's extending past Steam. So the game will always be available on Steam, but it may also be available on the Epic Game Store, on other PC stores. It will also be available, hopefully, on the consoles, right? And obviously, all of those platforms have nothing to do with Steam. So adding Steam Workshop now, that means exclusive modding support to Steam, and that hardly makes any sense, right? So I'll have to find a solution, and like Mike Nolan already here mentioned, I have been looking at mod.io as a potential partner.
I'm so sorry.
I have to see, right? There's different options. So that's yet to be decided. First of all, I need to see where does the game come out? Does it come out on console? Where on console? What are the specifics for modding on console? Because the one thing I want to make sure is that you all have a consistent experience across platforms. And modding is just something that I have to kind of keep looking at as the production kind of evolves now.
I mean, clearly it's like not MVP, but like I haven't been here for a while, so I don't remember if this has been asked before. That's why I asked it. But yeah, it's clearly not like an MVP thing.
All good. No worries.
Oh, Cletus, there's a phone bit in this map.
Can I say something?
What?
There's a phone bit over here, mate.
Oh yeah, I saw that, dude. I haven't tried to jump in it yet, though.
Nah, neither.
Sorry, I have a question real quick.
Yeah, sure.
About tag. So, if a person has 120 seconds of tag and the other person has 20, the one who has the tag is the 20, but he lost because of the time, but he has 20 and he lost about the 120. It's not fair.
Wait, so
He's saying how even if you have less tag time, if you're still tagged at the end, you're the one that's eliminated, and he believes that's unfair.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, right, yeah. So, I mean, okay, I suppose that's like a kind of an opinionated thing, and maybe we can share here again in the chat. I'll have my own explanation for it, but maybe first, if you all heard the question. So it's a question whether if you have the longest amount of tag time, so obviously you should lose, but then someone else who had like 0 amount of tag time or like very little, and they get tagged at the very end by you, they lose. Send a 1 in chat if you think that's fair. Send a 2 in chat if you think it's unfair, maybe.
Well, I think how it could work is it would just be a setting.
I'll
I'm
DM
pretty
you.
sure,
Special,
I'm
aren't
pretty
you?
sure, like, I don't know about you guys, but the way I used to play tag when I was younger is whoever the fuck is it at the end, whoever has the tag, they lose. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, you are it. You have lost. If you were the last it, you're the rotten egg. I'm sorry, you smell.
Yeah. So the main point why this is a case at all is, let's say you're bad at the game, okay? Let's say or you're bad at the game, or maybe you're new, right? Or maybe just someone is exploiting the fucking Spider-Manning and ejecting all over the place, right? You may have 120 seconds of tag time, and you're like, well, why should I keep playing? Because like I'm already eliminated, am I not, right? So let's say you got 3 minutes left in a 5-minute match, and you got the longest amount of tag time, and you know you're not going to make it. Well, why should you keep playing? You may as well quit, right? So the reason why I implemented the last person is tagged to be eliminated is for you to have a reason to stay in, for you to have an incentive, for the game to be, for there to be a tense moment until the very last second, because you may as well be the worst player until the very end, but god damn it, I mean, if you tag someone at the very last second, you're still in. You've not been eliminated, right? So that's kind of the purpose of it. If you still think it's unfair, put a 2 in the chat. But I mean, tell me a better way to do it. I mean, I'm all ears, right? I mean,
Well, maybe it could be a setting. You know, it's already tracked by the game. I mean, what? The only thing you'd have to do is probably click something from true to false, and you can make it like a setting. So if somebody wanted to play it in a way where like whoever had been tagged the most, then they lose, and then whoever does wins.
Oh, so let's say you're the one. Let's say you are the one who has like 200 seconds of tag time, and you tag someone at the very last second. Do you still want to be eliminated?
Those are very.
Do you want to have a chance there, and you say, "Well, I was the worst player, but I mean, I just tagged his." You know?
Well, me personally, right? I don't want that, but it could diversify tag and
Controversial
maybe.
opinion. That's not tag.
Well,
Yeah, I do agree with Mike.
If you get tagged, you are it. That is it. I mean, you finish the game with the tag, you are it. Doesn't matter if you didn't get tagged that whole game, because at the end of the day, back in the day when I was a kid running around in that playground, I could have not got tagged the whole game. If I got tagged when that bell went and I was it when that bell went, I lost.
Well, see, right? It doesn't matter what I think or what you think, right? It's what is going to diversify the game mode. If people want to play differently, if people want to play like that, that's RNA tag. That's just like that's just really the only thing that would do is make a pretty much entirely new way to play tag.
But then
So
it
instead
becomes
of-
a points thing. Then it becomes a whole new game mode in itself.
Exactly.
But that's like.
So I can tell you why I don't think it's a good idea. So I've been speaking again. I've been speaking to people who are way more experienced than I am myself about game modes, specifically in multiplayer. People who have made multiplayer games before, and even there, like I had a lot of, for example, here, like in regards to different game modes, and we could consider what you just said a different game mode, right? Because it would be a setting, but it would be a different game mode. The danger of adding too many game modes is that you're splitting the community thin. And if you're going to do this, well, each game mode will have less players, or like some game modes will not be, liked because, well, some players who are, preferring what you just said, or like even if you don't prefer it, but you're considering other people's opinions, which I appreciate you doing. But let's say some people appreciate that game mode more, like it just spreads it thin, right? Like even now you have capture the flag and you have tag, and even a third game mode now will thin the other game modes down, because you'll have less players in capture the flag and you'll have less players in tag if I add a third game mode, right? So every time I add an additional category of game mode, I have to be very cautious about that. And so I want to make sure that all of you have an easy time on finding sessions, and we can all agree that even now it's in some territories it's been difficult already finding sessions. And so I want to be very responsible and cautious in regards to that, and not split up the community too much. And if I have tag, I'd rather stick with the rules of tag, if that makes sense. Even though some people may not like it, I mean, that's the whole purpose of why I do a capture the flag, or why I do maybe another third game mode or a fourth. So
that's relevant to tag.
Yeah, sure, go on.
Like rather than like splitting hairs over tag itself, I like the way like there's the dichotomy between capture the flag and tag, and where it's like, okay, you are the single person chasing versus everybody else is chasing you. What if there was zombie tag?
Zombie tag,
Just
as in like
intensify
infected,
the
or-
workload by 10 million.
But like zombie tag, do you just mean infection, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean infection. I think at the moment, like I think the third game mode that I'll do, if I'll do one, it'll probably be something very different, because like I mean, even now the criticism about some people have been like, oh, capture the flag is a repackaged tag game mode, which I can see the similarities, but it is also just not. So I want to, like, if I add infected now, like it's just another, like people will be like, oh, it's another reskin, I really want to add something else basically. So yeah, I don't know. It's a fine line, right? At the end of the day, that multiplayer game mode is
races anyway.
yeah, races or
Just to go off. Sorry, just to go off this sort of discussion where like the scoring of tag, Nixon brought up a good point because you tag last, you're the one out. The bell's rung, you're the one leaving, if that makes sense. But in capture the flag, it usually is like a king of the hill sort of thing, where it's like whoever was holding the flag the most time is the one that should win. But in capture the flag, you could capture it last second and still overall win.
Wait, sorry.
That would be the one to add the point system to, where the amount of points that you have do actually affect
Follow the school.
Yeah, capture the flag in most other games is like a king of the hill sort of thing, where it's like I'm the one at the top of the hill for the most time. I'm the one that will win. It's like I've been holding the flag the most time. I should win. And so instead of like this discussion being about tag with the point system there, could it be, well, why don't you could try this and capture the flag, where it's like the person who did hold the flag the most is the one that is going to win, and then it's a race for second who gets the flag second and third, pretty much.
That one has much more precedent for it being a setting, I think, but again, we've talked about.
Yeah, I think someone recently as well left a Steam review, and they said like, oh, the capture the flag could have been like a mission sort of thing. Like when you capture it, you should have leave it there or something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room for settings. Like ideally, I always want to make it natively just great. So I'm always trying to find like solutions that work for everyone, in order to not split it up too much and not to make it settings, But yeah, it's all a fine line. So, I mean, any feedback I will note down, and I'll see if I can add it and make it to a version that'll be the one version for everyone, sort of,
Making capture the flag like time or point based would make it more unique and feel less of a reskin of a tag, basically.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the one problem that I've identified in testing capture the flag before it came out was that specifically on smaller maps, it was quite hard to hold on to the flag at all. And so like even like giving a spot where you had to like deliver the flag to once you had it was a very unattainable goal, basically. Because like someone would have always stole it from you like within like 2 to 10 seconds, right? So it was like one of those things where that like this is the map conundrum. This is a paradox, really. Like you can make great maps and big maps, like everyone wants the big maps, but like the bigger the map gets, the shittier they are for tag. Like the shittier they are for capture the flag. Like it's like I'm in one sense, I'm like bending towards the community and trying to deliver what they want. But then at the same time, the same community asked me to make bigger maps and to make bigger this. And at the end of the day, now I'm the one considering that, well, if I've come forth on multiplayer, but if I now come forth on like the bigger maps, well, then I'll make multiplayer worse. And so like it's been this ever going conundrum.
Rooftops.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on.
So I have 2 suggestions. I'm gonna touch on what you were just talking about, though. I feel like maybe you can you can make a bigger map, but make it self-confined. Like think about like farm survival. If any of you guys have ever played Black Ops 2, like town, diner, like all those maps are really self-contained for grief. But the bigger map, transit, is like all of them combined. You know what I mean? And that was wonderful for that game. And I've even seen it in the map you've already delivered, Shed. Whenever Tag first came out, we used to play at the, like the almost like little the building you can run in and out of. We used to keep in that area, so it was kind of like a smaller self-contained map inside of a bigger map, and I feel like that could solve the issue of that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that could be an option. I think it all depends on how I can categorize it, I suppose, or how I can call the restricted areas. I mean, one idea I had in the beginning as well was like if the map is bigger, you could have like a circle going down like in Fortnite, where like everyone's kind of like zoned in as the time goes down, and you'll have to get closer to each other.
That's cool.
But that also became a bit problematic because, like, well, if you hit the wall, what happens? Like, will you be respawned? And then, well, if you are respawned, will people exploit it? So it was one of those things where I was like, oh, I don't know.
Also, with the third game mode, I feel like the kind of movement of rooftops nowadays have really been explored. Something more like trick-based game mode. I was thinking maybe if you got done with the trick overhaul, like the scoring overhaul, you could maybe take advantage of that, or maybe like a flip game mode where you have like 10 seconds to set a line, like back in the old days before multiplayer. Like flip and stuff like that. Maybe set a line, and stuff. I don't know the logistics of that. Making it a game mode.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
stuff,
I feel like that falls into the category of like a game of skate or a game of parkour or something like that, right?
Yeah,
it's what I said in the beginning. Like, I think that could be something that I can do, and maybe in free play even, or as a separate game mode. I'll have to see, but in free play, it would be more interesting.
Also, critique of the multiplayer. I feel like multiplayer shouldn't like. You should stay with your server. So if you want to change map from shed or change the game mode, after the game it just restarts. Or sorry, it doesn't restart. You get kicked back into the menu, right? The menu. I feel like from that menu you should be able to change the map or the game mode without having to like completely go into server, and it could promote like playing for longer time. And like if you're in a free play, right, and if you're the host and you want to switch it to tag, you have to get all these people together, if they even have mics, and completely like leave and then join a whole nother game mode. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not really logistical. Instead, like maybe you could have like a ready up system. Like you could, as the host of the game, you could go into a menu and be like, okay, now I want to play tag, or now I want to play capture the flag, or I want to change the map. And then it's just like ready up. And if 3/4 or if 2/4, whatever, of the server agrees, then you guys switch maps. And yeah, so.
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah.
Is that something that you could add?
Yeah, I mean, I'm putting notes down for everything that's been said. Like, I'll consider it. I'll have a think about everything, and it's like one of those bottleneck things. So like, I'll consider everything and see how far I can take it. As to not. Yeah. I mean, I'll see what I can do. The best thing I can do is like I'll take notes for everything, right, and see how much I can do about it. But yeah, anything that will make the game more enjoyable. Yeah, sure.
Is there like a pipeline for like I really like the player expression in that, like the clothes, it's like great and everything. I'm just curious, are we going to be able to have even more customization with the like robots? Are we going to get like different antenna or like different head shapes or anything? Because I like the identity of it, but I'm just curious. Feel free to be like, no, fuck you. You gotta have the pointy antenna.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, fuck you, no. No, I'm joking. No, so I mean, customization is one of those things. The same, like I don't know if how far I want to take it. Like usually, so far, I mean, I've provided like clothing options. The reason being is, with the different like modded maps as well with the different reskins that people do. I always felt like, well, how do I maintain a certain recognizability, or whatever the word will be, with my game if it's played online, right? And I always felt like if I keep them vanilla, at least kind of tied to that character, whether it's the color, whether it's the head shape. I think the head shape is probably the most prominent thing that will make the game recognizable. I mean, so a lot of people are, they are modding the character this way or another. So, I guess it doesn't really matter, or maybe it does. But I can see myself adding more different head shapes, maybe head styles eventually. I think some things will have to be some sort of tied to a vanilla kind of style that's recognizable, I think. But my mind isn't made up yet, so I'm not sure yet, to be honest.
I wouldn't be here. I could see it still being recognizable even with some different head shapes, but I definitely feel where you're coming from with like having the identity of the game with like the black silhouetted kind of robot parkour thing, because it's pretty striking. I remember like when I first heard about the game, I think I just saw like a clip that you made really early on in development, like on my Twitter or something. And I was like, huh, whoa, that looks pretty fun. What the heck?
Yeah.
And then like I would see it later on in like a few months or something. I was like, I remember that robot.
Yeah. Basically, it's a tough one. Like,
Marketable plush.
Talking about cosmetics, when are you gonna add the puffer back?
The puffer pack? What's that?
The puffer. No, the puffer. You know what I mean? The puffer jacket.
The puffer.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
A varsity jacket would be good as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's more customization coming.
Hats
on most updates, but also like the majority of it will probably come on 1.0 with the progression and stuff. I have yet to see how much I can produce until then, but I mean, yeah, you'll get a lot more options. That's for sure.
Like I said, low priority question.
So something I feel like could be a good thing for customization is adding like hats or like hood options for clothing that supports a hood. That'd be pretty sick.
Wait, a customization option that supports what?
Like if you're wearing a hoodie, like you can check a box to like make it so the hood's up. Yeah.
Oh right, this is also like an ever-going problem that I have with the way I design my character, which is like the ears. I'll call it the ears for now of the mask. It is a bit problematic when it comes to hoods because like hoods just don't really look good.
Yeah, they'd probably have to like
the
go
ears.
through the hood or something.
Yeah, they're like, do I make them go through? I mean, the same goes for hats in the game, right?
No. I'll share my screen right now and show you my hard hat. You can't say that for hats.
I won't allow it. For hats, I'm a bit more open.
I won't have it.
Hats, I'm a bit more open.
I won't have it. I've been petitioning to get this hard hat in the game since the start, since it launched, mate. All right, and you cannot say that the ears are the thing stopping it. I will not allow it.
Michael, this guy's being very disrespectful right now. Just
Yeah,
like
I think. I mean, should I ban my server admin? Should I?
I think you should ban him. Yeah, I think well deserved.
Hang on a sec. Give me a second.
Yeah, Mike make sure I play the right version.
Mike just leaked the beta version.
Yeah.
Maybe
He broke the NDA. He broke NDA.
Maybe
so far he's not leaked anything, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt here.
You know that one video you made on the Rooftops and Alice? I know the tutorial on how the controls work. I didn't realize until yesterday, I think 2 days ago, the zoom out feature on the controller. I've been always doing it on my freaking mouse. I didn't know there was a feature on controller. And I'm like, how haven't I not knew that since I started playing the game? And I felt so stupid figuring out you can do it. And I'm like, am I that dumb? I didn't realize that.
You can't say it for the ears.
Button doesn't do
yeah.
Nah, man, they're just like the rooftops. The character, his ears are just like a dog or like a bunny rabbit. They just move around wherever he needs to go.
Always like a swivel or something.
Can't you just make like they go through the hoodie or the head?
The droopy ears are kind of cute, I gotta admit.
Screenshot. He's leaking.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I keep forgetting. Oh my god, man. I've got it bound to my fucking key, so I press the fucking
You're
key.
gonna actually be banned. Like, stop it.
Mate. Do you know what? I'm gonna do it myself.
So me and Mike will have a talk, everyone. Oh my god.
Nah, none of us saw anything, guys. None of us saw anything.
I'm honestly blaming Discord. It's because I've got it bound up to my fucking key, and it just
Hey,
doesn't.
none of us saw anything. It's cool. It's cool. None of us
I'm
saw
trying to fucking
anything.
end the stream, and it doesn't want to end the stream. I got to fucking end the call to end my stream.
It's cool. The new map looks
I don't
sick.
know. My keybind just wasn't working, and then when I fucking tried going over to my other monitor, it just wasn't letting me fucking do anything. And then I had Discord open, and it wasn't fucking letting me do anything.
Well, look, if anyone wants to apply for a server admin, let me know. I mean,
You guys see Link to Build?
Guys, none of us saw anything. We're all, whatever,
Yes,
guys. We didn't
yeah.
see anything.
Like, we all.
I actually saw nothing, so you're fine with me.
For a matter of fact, I'm legally blind in my left and right eye, so I don't know.
The fact that you had to say your left and your right and not just blind.
Fully blind.
I'm blind in my left and my right. I do.
Alright, I want to say something. While this whole conversation was going down, I was trying to do a speed run, but each time you guys made me laugh, I failed to run. So I'm happy with that.
Mike,
Thank you.
Michael. Sorry, Mike. I keep the names are so confusing. Michael, you know the time trails. I don't know why. I think it was like 2 updates ago on the game. My trail thingy record didn't update. Like it didn't reset. Like is it supposed to reset? It's like I remember on a point it resets your timer to 0, and then now it just didn't do that. If it was supposed to do that.
wait, sorry, I'm not sure I'm following.
So originally, there was a new update to the time trials that forced the game to reset your high scores to nothing. In this most recent update, it didn't force you to change your times, your current high scores to 0 because there was no reason to. It was like that update completely changed.
So wait, is mine supposed to be 0 when the update came out?
No, it should stay from what it was last update.
Yeah.
Like when it did change one time, I was like, why is it 0? I was just, I didn't make any trash.
Hey, Mike. Sorry, Michael. Can you add more gymnastic shit? Because gymnastics are just badass.
Is that a scientific term?
Sorry. Sorry, please add more ground tricks.
Ground trick. I think you should, Michael. I think you should just more in general make more tricks. Like we know this.
Great idea.
But, like we need some more, boy.
Who would have thought about that?
You
know what?
I don't know. We should maybe not. Maybe.
No, actually, you should work yourself like a mopper worker.
Do you have plans to? Do you have plans to add more like ground tricks, sort of like cartwheel, or like maybe adding on to like kind of like you can do a cartwheel and then start backhanding, like maybe adding more tricks like that, or making it so like there's more after backhanding, like back handspringing, because like maybe you could like flip out of that, like have a proper animation for that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the gymnastics, like I want to add some more tricks like everywhere, right? So yeah, I mean, I gotta see like as much animation coverage as I can do, I will.
Yeah.
I'm not
Maybe
trying
like,
to be rude, but like, who's giggling? Like, it's like a. I'm not trying to be mean. Who just giggled? Sense of humor a bit bad. That's me.
Sorry, what?
Nothing.
What?
Yeah, but maybe that's a way you could add, like, you could back handspring, jump, and do like a backflip, and that's a way you could add like a proper tuck backflip into the game, like a lot of people have been axing, kind of. Obviously,
Is that already in the game? Or am I tripping?
no, you can do a double Arabian out of a back handspring. You can do a double Arabian twist. You do a lot of things.
You could do a regular jump.
Yeah, you can do that, but like, you know, it doesn't look the best. You know what I mean? Like it's like adding like an animation for that or something. You know, improving.
Michael, I don't know if you're gonna keep it in. You don't have to because it's like obviously it's your game and stuff. But you know the what's that glitch? The double jump, which you can do somehow. And that other trick, I forgot what that other trick is called. I don't know what people call it, but something. Where you
One
can.
going up the walls.
No. The one where you illusion twist and the cartwheel, where you do this.
The illusion cartwheel, yeah.
Yeah, that one. Are you gonna keep it in the game or just remove it because of the people complaining or something?
People complain.
I don't know. But I'm just saying maybe they are.
I mean, at least one of those fall under cheese, right? So
yeah.
Mm.
The double jump is you start a double jump by doing an illusion cartwheel. So if you fix the illusion cartwheel, you fix the double jump.
Oh.
There you go.
But I see this also in
One sec, I'll be back in a sec.
there's a what called a double jump mod. Is it just a mod or like how does it work? Because I seen it in the community mods when I was trying to get my outfit.
It's a glitch in base game. I'm pretty sure.
No, yeah, but there is a mod. There is a mod that you can download. Someone made a mod before double jump was found that allows you to double jump.
Like, why would you want to do it? Like, basically, I'm not cheating, but like unfair for other players, or basically cheating or whatever.
I guess they want a more arcadey game. Which I mean, if you can mod in a more arcadey game, then then that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, your game, your thing to play with.
I can't believe, bro. If you guys look at my stream, even though there's so many people, my freaking whole game, the Discord overlay, it can't even get everybody on my screen. How many people there are in this in the call right now?
I've been kind of tripping on that the whole time too. I'm like, scroll up, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down.
Oh no, I don't have Discord overlay right now.
Put it on like focus mode or something.
It doesn't see everybody.
If you put it on focus mode, it will focus on those who are speaking.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, it is. I've never tested it though, but like.
I don't have it because I kind of have my monitor set up sideways. Like
Yeah, I have two monitors.
Vertical,
Like I look at the left to see what people do. I mean, say. Or like
Did somebody should suggest like a glove option whenever Mike comes back? Like customization for gloves. Looking at his stream, gloves would be so fucking cool for this game.
Yeah,
Just looking at.
I don't know where.
So there is a mod.
I think it's part of this T-shirt I have on. Probably. Yeah. But I seen this. Let me quickly get Discord here.
I found the mod to be broken out.
What there's gloves mod thingy somebody put in the thingy back then. Let me just.
All right, boys, I'm gonna head out. It's been real.
Those gloves.
Okay, see ya. Bye.
Bye, Mike.
I remember waiting forever to get gloves in Grand Theft Auto Online.
No, I don't know. This shit was chill like that. I'm gonna be honest. No, I just didn't expect him to like pop in a random call. I was like, why are there so many people on call?
Yeah, I know. I was like, I knew this.
Because he added everyone.
Everybody joins. Like I saw Michael join, and then I was like, oh, it's gonna happen again like the other times because it always happens. And then boom, as expected, like 50 or 40 people join the call.
That's because he added everyone in general chat. So everyone was like, "Oh, the developer's gonna jump in a VC." That's why they all jumped in the VC.
Hold on. You added someone added everyone, and I'm like, or added me, and I'm like, who the fuck just added me? It's like, I'm trying to find this ad, and I couldn't find it. Like, what the fuck is it?
Yeah. I was just in rooftop in the off topic before when he joined the thingy, the VC, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna happen. And I was like, oh, what the hell? I'll just join and just join.
It was hilarious. I woke up like half an hour after he started this, and then I joined the VC, and he must have seen me join the VC because it's like, Seb, listen, that's not what you think. Because last time we were in a VC, I was like, Michael, I go to sleep when you announce these sort of things. I'm asleep at that point. Can you like do it earlier? And so he like pointed that out.
No, the only reason why I got to see this was that my school went out today. So hooray! I'm sorry.
I'm actually excited for grade 7, but not really because like bro, school again. And this kid at school, he's so annoying.
It's like grade 7.
Yeah.
You just leak your own, both of you.
Oh my god, he leaked his own age. Imagine being a middle schooler.
No, guys, he was held back 1 year. Calm down.
It's because I was in 2 schools because like the first school I was only in grade 0, and then I didn't understand grade 1, so that's why I had to grade 7 this year. I wish didn't freaking had to do it over. Ugh, so boring. No,
All I'm saying is, imagine being at school. Couldn't be us Aussies.
well, I don't
Does
have
college
school
count or no?
5 days. Oh, no, 4
Yeah,
days.
college counts. It's a learning environment.
Sorry.
It's a learning environment.
Gotta sense
Wait, no. College is school? No.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, is this higher level education? What the frick?
Wait, does it count if it's a games development games design course? Hold on.
Nah, get the hell out. That still counts as school.
Wait, I'm doing homework? What?
No, we're not doing homework. What do you mean?
What do you mean? That's only a high school thing.
Yeah, you don't do homework in college. Well, technically there's personal projects, but that's, it's here or there.
What?
My homework for university was literally go to this forest at 2 a.m. and record a movie. And that's what we did.
Lucky.
You guys
That wasn't even a homework, though. That was for an assessment.
Bro, I went to... I'm in college for what I said, and it's like... Most of it is essays. Most of the work is essays. Only like 15% of the course is actually working on a game. And if it's not, it's, working on the software, practicing it, instead of, actually making a product, which is kind of annoying.
You went to the wrong school then. I don't know where you live, but I know in Australia there's a university called the Academy of Interactive Entertainment. Oh, okay, never mind that. Yeah, it's not available to you. There's an option in Australia and in one of the states, I couldn't tell you which state. But the Academy of Interactive Entertainment, they mostly focus on games and stuff. And it's like really practical. Like, for example, I did the film course there. They do film as well. I made a film on the 3rd day of school, and I know that the games guys, they're learning and in like all the software from day 1.
Like, we were learning the software, but it was like, shit, stuff that I already know.
That's an issue at almost every place. Like, I did IT in general, like I didn't do game development, but I still feel like I learned way more and just working.
Oh, we talk about game development up in here?
Yeah.
They're talking about schooling.
I'm currently working on my currently in a project where I'm working on my own first-person horror game, actually. So, like, escape room style horror game. So, in Unreal Engine 4, sadly. But 1.1, I guess.
Hey, wish you luck, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro.
The amount of YouTube tabs I have, the amount of saved videos, we don't question it. We don't talk about the 50 YouTube tutorials that I have ready for when the actual project and practical starts. Like,
Dude,
is it alright if I go on a tangent real quick?
Sure. Okay.
Alright,
Devin
so,
here.
Oh, I'm back, by the way.
Hi, hello. So basically, my tutor is obviously teaching us Unreal, but instead of making us put our work that we do in our main project so that we can include it into our like final product, he's making it so that we have these test like projects. So every time we do something new, we open one of these projects. I'm tempted to just not do that and put it in just one project. Like, why am I doing all of these projects just to learn one thing, like how to make a door work or how to, yeah, I don't know, just extrude a box in Unreal or something like that. I don't know.
That does feel overwhelming for just like
It's like-
having a bunch of different things.
Exactly. Like, why don't I just put it in one project, delete the stuff that I don't need, and then have that one project where I build my final product? The code's all there, everything works because my teacher was there. I can just shove it in the game and make it work. Like, bro.
Workflow moment.
Exactly.
I mentioned this while you were away, Michael. I found it absolutely hilarious. I got the notification that they said started like 20 minutes before I woke up on my phone, so I joined the call on my phone, and I was just muted at that point. And he said like, "Oh, Seb, this isn't what you think," and I just lost it. I absolutely started laughing.
Wait, Seth, where are you Seth, where are you based?
Australia, New South Wales.
Oh shit, I thought you were UK.
No, Australia.
From New South Wales.
I'm from North Carolina. You
Damn.
heard?
Oh,
Everywhere on the world. Yeah.
So, what's the updates for coming up year?
It's new stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New stuff.
It's just new stuff. Don't ask
And
anymore.
we'll see when it's releasing.
Because I had an idea where if we could like get races and like 1v1s and stuff.
Yeah, we've talked about it already.
They have been discussed.
Everybody's just thinking about
Guys-
the same thing. So convenient.
Guys, what will change though is the number in the bottom left of your screen when entering the main menu. That will change. That's the new stuff.
Yeah, so actually that number has gotten a major overhaul.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh.
Finally,
You'll actually be able to change the font if you want. That's the
Oh,
only
oh,
thing
yeah.
coming for the rest of the year.
I have like 4 subjects I want to ask about.
Yeah, sure.
So the first one is achievements. I don't know if like it has already been asked. Sorry for my English. Are these planned or not? Steam
For achievements.
What the?
Yeah.
Sorry, by the way, I'm muting myself every now and then because I'm eating and I don't want to chew in all of your ears.
Oh, good, bro.
Michael hates him.
Come on.
This is your
Not an
favorite,
ASMR
bro.
channel, alright?
It's the Rooftop and Ali's ASMR channel, guys.
Yeah, Rooftops and
Yeah.
ASMR.
But
yeah,
this is your thing, so.
Yeah, I mean, achievements are coming at 1.0, yes.
Let's go. Second
I like the
thing is
corkscrew.
a little idea for maybe a game mode freestyle, like pretty much on, for example, I think there's one on skate games where you just need to do like the most point possible in short time.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It would
Well,
make it
trying
work
to be
with the whole
creative.
point system.
Isn't he talking like about the what was in the game before the time trial?
Yeah, the trick challenges.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they are coming back. Yeah.
Let's go, cause like I saw on Sam Taiba play that's the reason why I got the game. Even I was like, cause I saw the video you two made together, and I was like, damn, this game actually looks fun. And I'm like, Mom, can I get this game because it looks super fun and I want to live stream it on Twitch and YouTube? And I'm sure, okay. Now I got the game.
Hell yeah.
Then next one is rope swings. We need rope swings.
Yeah, that would be pretty sweet.
Like I said, make him work out like a mopper worker.
Good luck.
With animations.
But like, isn't it a lot of coding to put in the stuff?
No, I was just saying. Good luck making that work. Like, God, that's gonna be a pain.
Yeah.
It's easy, man. Just drag and drop.
Without being buggy, at least, is what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's why you have a. Listen, that's why I have Copilot and Chat GPT.
That's when we get mods.
Yeah, for real.
Game, we already know there's a lot of cool tricks and stuff. A few glitches, but we're all gonna probably be patched, obviously. Like, it would be cool if there's like maybe, I don't know, in a future map, I don't know, maybe like or any map, like what he said with the swing map would actually be cool.
Everybody loves a swing. You can't,
Bear in mind as well.
We need rope swings.
Bear in mind as well, the first swinging update was labeled swinging V1.
Fair enough.
Spider-Man had a.
Means it's the first variation.
Spider-Man, yes. People are gonna make Spider-Man mods for sure.
Oh, that's so natural.
We don't talk about. There's already Spider-Man mods, so hey, might as well.
Yeah.
Michael, Nixon brought up another good point for achievements. Are they planning for like the achievements to have individual logos? Because I know some games like achievement will be attached to like a PNG, but it's like, oh, you like I think in the Stanley Parable, you flicked all the fire extinguishers, so now you get like achievement and the pitch is like a fire extinguisher. Nixon's saying, what if that was like a cosmetic sort of thing as well, where you could pick one achievement and that becomes a pin that will go on like a shirt or something, so you could display that in game.
Yeah, it could be on your backpack.
Well,
Making my life harder as if it wasn't hard enough. Maybe.
I mean, what I was gonna say.
I mean, that was a really great idea. To be fair, that was a really good idea. I'm gonna.
Have the achievements on the backpack.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe. I mean, gosh, don't ask me how, but I mean, I'm gonna note it down. I mean, I said multiplayer wasn't happening because I didn't know how to do it, and then I did know how to do it.
Why don't you make like achievements little badges that you can display? Like you get a little in real life you get a badge which you can iron onto a backpack or iron onto a t-shirt.
Yeah, so I mean, just for clearance, right? The first achievement will probably be like every beginning is tough, ragdoll 10 times, and I'll make you wear it on your foreheads.
Don't say it.
Hey, what about armbands? You can do it with armbands too.
Yeah, like. But can't you if you let's say you just completed a quest now, saying as what Mike just said, you can just put it on the back, it shows everybody you have that or something like that, or the people who have it or something.
Like every achievement could be like a different design.
Yeah, and like a different badge or a different.
Or a rag in your back pocket, or a rag in the backpack, or
yeah, and stuff.
Rag in
just
the
little
back.
tiny designs.
Yeah. Rag in your back pocket.
But
Slightly gang orientated there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Got a red handkerchief hanging out.
Hey.
Gang you with, I'm part of the Pigeon Bloods.
This could very much be a gang war.
Hey, we can
Our pigeons are bloods.
What up, Rip walking rooftops?
Hey, yo, your parkour banging ain't right, cuh.
What?
Game of the year.
Yeah, I do want to say this just because I know this is a completely different game than Payday 2, but in Payday 2, there's like unlockable things, and on console, you can never unlock those, or you had to like buy them rather than unlocking the achievement. But I know that's just a Payday 2 thing made on a very, very bad engine compared to Unreal. So,
What engine was it made on?
an outdated engine called Diesel.
Oh.
It was made 20 years ago. Yeah, it was made 30 years ago and was discontinued.
Jeez.
Of course it was.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, one thing. I'll need to be very careful what I do here now. But one thing I can actually, I'll ask you for some feedback. I'm gonna try and not leak anything now, but I'm gonna screen share. Give me a sec.
Okay. Be careful.
I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna be careful as much as I can. Okay, because
So here's
He's
the
gonna
map.
leak his
Guys,
PC.
No pressure.
Accidents.